Welcome to At Truth Talks Live, where facts hit different. This is your home for innovative, no-filter TV, where your voice isn't ignored. It drives the conversation. Start your mornings with Morning Mic Drop, 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. It delivers raw, unfiltered world news that actually matters. Then stay locked in for live trial coverage of the most controversial cases in America. No spin, just the facts.
For our true crime family. Catch Reasonable Doubt or Southern Sin where crime hits different, and the details go deeper than Dateline or Court TV. And every night at 8 p.m., it's Truth Talks, a bold, multicultural talk show breaking down everything, from pop culture to politics, with voices that don't hold back. Real news, real talk, real voices. Hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because when we go live, you don't want to miss it. At Truth Talks Live, a channel where your voice and facts matter.
Just required to see that you filed the amended instructions. Are those the cleaned up ones that I gave back to you from yesterday? Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Facemeyer, have you seen the amended ones, the cleaned up ones?
No.
The ones that had the typos in it.
Right. I mean, I don't know what he's changed, what's been changed.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, I need to see you in chambers. We need to take a recess. We'll be in recess.
All rise.
Let's hand out the jury instructions. Ready for the handout?
And nothing from defense, right?
Nothing to thank Mr. Fitzgerald. So ladies and gentlemen, we're now handing out to you what are called jury instructions. These are the opening instructions in the case. It'll help you as you listen to the testimony, know how to process it. After I give you the opening instructions, the state will give you an opening statement. After that, the defense will decide whether they're going to give you an opening statement, whether they're going to waive it, or they're going to defer. You're welcome to read along or just listen. You can take these instructions with you back into the jury room. Please don't take them home with you, but leave them where you're sitting on the table each night when you leave to go home. I'll now read the opening instructions. All right, instruction number 1, introduction. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury in this case. The defendant is accused of committing one or more crimes. You will decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. I will give you some instructions now and some later. You are required to consider and follow all of my instructions. Keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Be alert, pay attention, follow my instructions. Instruction number 2. This is a criminal action brought by the state of Utah against the defendant in which she is accused of committing the following crimes. Count 1, murder, domestic violence. Count 2, conspiracy to commit murder, domestic violence. Count 3, obstruction of justice. Count 4, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. Count 5, commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. The fact that the defendant has been accused of these crimes is not evidence of anything. Rather, the defendant is presumed innocent. The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty and denies committing these crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. Before you can find the defendant guilty of a particular crime, you must find that the prosecution has proven each element of that crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume that the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Number 3, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the prosecution's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. Number 4, presumption of innocence. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with the crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crime charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Number 5, role of judge, jury, and lawyers. All of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I will supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. Neither the lawyers nor I decide the case. That is your role. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Make your decisions based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. Number 6, evidence. As jurors, you will decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You must base your decision only on the evidence. Evidence usually consists of the testimony and exhibits presented at trial. Testimony is what witnesses say under oath. Exhibits are things like documents, photographs, or other physical objects. The fact that the defendant has been accused of a crime and brought to trial is not evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence. For example, their opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. Number 7, objections. Rules govern what evidence may be presented to you. On the basis of these rules, the lawyers may object to proposed evidence. If they do, I will rule in one of 2 ways. If I sustain the objection, the proposed evidence will not be allowed. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be allowed. Do not evaluate the evidence on the basis of whether objections are made. Number 8, order of the trial. I will now explain how the trial will unfold. Prosecution will give its opening statement. An opening statement gives an overview of the case from one point of view and summarizes what the lawyer thinks the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to make an opening statement right after the prosecutor, or wait until after all the prosecution's evidence has been presented, or not make one at all. You will then hear the prosecution's evidence. Evidence is usually presented by calling and questioning witnesses. What they say is called testimony. A witness is questioned first by the lawyer who called that witness and then by the opposing lawyer. Consider all testimony, whether from direct or cross-examination, regardless of who calls the witness. After the prosecution has presented all of its evidence, the defendant may present evidence, though the defendant has no duty to do so. If the defendant does present evidence, the prosecution may then present additional evidence. After both sides have presented all their evidence, I'll give you final instructions on the law you must follow in reaching a verdict. You will then hear closing arguments from the lawyers. The prosecutor will speak first, followed by the defense counsel. Then the prosecutor speaks last because the government has the burden of proof. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room. You may take your notes with you. You will discuss the case and reach a verdict. Number 9, conduct of jurors and rules applicable to recesses. From time to time, I'll call a recess. It may be for a few minutes or longer. During recesses, do not talk about this case with anyone, not family, not friends, not even each other. Until the trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved. The goal is to avoid the impression that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. If people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they're just following this instruction. Until the trial is over, do not read or listen to any news reports about this case. Do not do any research or visit any locations related to this case. If you observe anything that seems to violate this instruction, report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. Number 10, further admonition about electronic devices. Jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using computer and electronic communication technology. You may be tempted to use these devices to investigate the case or to share your thoughts about the trial with others. However, you must not use any of these electronic devices while you're serving as a juror. You violate your oath as a juror if you conduct your own investigations or communicate about this trial with others, and you may face serious consequences if you do. Let me be clear. Do not Google the parties, witnesses, issues, or counsel. Do not tweet or text about the trial. Do not use Blackberries or iPhones to gather or send information on the case. Do not post updates about the trial on Facebook pages. Do not use Wikipedia or other internet information sources, etc. Even using something as seemingly innocent as Google Maps can result in a mistrial. Please understand that the rules of evidence and procedure have developed over hundreds of years in order to ensure the fair resolution of disputes. The fairness of the entire system depends on you reaching your decisions based on evidence presented to you in court, and not on other sources of information. Post-trial investigations can occur. If improper activities are discovered at any time, they will be brought to my attention, and the entire case might have to be retried at substantial cost. Number 11, note-taking. Feel free to take notes during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but do not let note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence and may be incomplete. That concludes the opening instructions. Mr. Brown, I'll turn the time over to you for the state's opening statement.
Thank you. Testing. There we go. Testing. Can you allow us to present? On the morning of July 12th, 2024, Matthew Restelli woke up in his home outside of Temecula, California. He woke up in a great mood because the day earlier, he had convinced his wife, Kathryn, who goes by Kate Restelli, to come home. You see, 3 weeks earlier, she had taken their 2 children, Cheyenne and Steele, and left the home in California and driven to her mother's house in American Fork, Utah. Her mother is Tracey Grist. He had made arrangements. He had arranged a rental car for her to drive home. He had put money into her, by her I mean Kate, into Kate's account so she could finance the trip to come home. Little did he know, but that agreement to come home was a ruse. She had no intention of coming home. Over the course of the morning of the 12th, Matthew learned from Kate that she couldn't rent the rental car that he had arranged for her. So she couldn't come home. Thinking she still wanted to come home, he went to work. He put new tires on the family truck. He obtained a travel permit so he wouldn't get pulled over. He replaced the starter in the car. And by approximately lunchtime on the 12th, he began the 12 to 10-hour trip to American Fork, Utah. Over the course of that drive, he spoke to Kate several times. We know this because there were several calls recovered from Kate's phone that you will hear. You hear the content of those calls. Because of the content of the calls, it likely wasn't a surprise to Matt that when he showed up at 10:06 p.m. to Tracey Grist's home, that the interior lights were off, that the door was unlocked, and that there was nobody there. He entered the home as he had been instructed to do, took off his shoes at the entryway for his sandals, and within mere moments of stepping into that home and removing his sandals, he was shot 7 times by his brother-in-law, Kevin Ellis. And he died at the foot of the stairs while Kate and the 2 children were upstairs. Now, the events of what happened that day and the weeks leading up to it is what brings you here today. The judge just read to you the charges that Miss Tracey Grist faces, namely the murder of Matthew Restelli, conspiring to commit that murder, and the obstruction of justice. As you listen to, it's the state's job and burden to prove that she committed each of those crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a burden that we willingly bear. Your job is to pay attention. Take notes. Take notes to the evidence that you will receive. All evidence is going to come to you through this jury stand, through witnesses, through exhibits, digital, forensic evidence. It will all come to you through that stand. And as you listen to this, I want you to consider the following questions. Did Tracey's actions lead to the death of Matthew Restelli? Did she reach an agreement with her daughter Kate or Kathryn Restelli and her son Kevin Ellis that Matthew would be killed? And did she did she take actions that prevented the investigation or prosecution of what happened that night? As you're thinking about that, I'm going to kind of put in your minds an instruction that you'll receive at the end. So just like you received instructions here, you'll get another packet at the end that contains all the law that you need. One of those instructions is going to discuss the party to the offense. Someone is a party to the offense if they aid, encourage, solicit, or participate another to commit a crime, and that crime happens. So keep that in mind as you're listening to the evidence. Over the next several minutes, I'm going to give you an overview of how I expect that the state's evidence will answer each of those questions in the affirmative. Now, remember, what I say in this opening is not evidence. It's just a roadmap. Okay, it's not going to include everything that you're going to hear, but it is the state's expectation of how the evidence is going to play forward coming from that stand. The relationship between Kate, actually this may be helpful to you. I'm going to refer to a lot of the people on this, and so it'll be helpful for you to refer to this and say, okay, that's where this person fits in. Trust, you will hear this evidence again. This is just a roadmap. In January of 2024, the relationship between Matt, the deceased, and Kathryn, or Kate, his wife, had become very strained. The couple argued frequently. They argued about Kate's infidelity. They argued about their dire financial situation. But either way, it was bad. In January, the date's in the bottom right corner, Kate reached out to her mom saying, at this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out. To which Tracey Grist responds, just say what you need to. And then, I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I mean that. And then a little bit later, I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him. Appeared to be mere hyperbole at the time. Things improved enough that in February of 2024, they did go to Disney. Matt joined the entire Grist family as they went on a Disney trip. You will hear that the family procured several Apple AirTags to place on the children so that they wouldn't lose them in Disney. By May of 2024, things had deteriorated again. Kate tells her mom, I hate my life, Mom. I hate that I have kids with Matt. Similar concerns were relayed by Kate to her sister, Carolyn Fisher, who you will hear also lives in California. In June of 2024, Kate tells Carolyn Fisher, I hate him. How do I get out? To which Carolyn responded, do it one step at a time. Talk to Mom, Tracey Grist, about a storage unit. So that's what she did. Kate procured a storage unit, began to slowly move things out of the family home that she wanted to keep when she left. You'll hear that the plan was for her to leave at the conclusion of a Las Vegas trip that she and Matt were going to take in mid-June. Diane Restelli is Matt's mom. She's here in the courtroom today. You're going to hear from her. She knew about the dire financial situation that Kate and Matt were in. And knowing that now was not the time for a Vegas trip with their situation, she canceled the trip. This forced a shift or a change in the plan for Kate and Tracey. Tracey obtained a credit card and sent it to Kate, a credit card that Matt couldn't track and didn't know about. On the 18th of June, she arranged for a rental car for Kate and the kids and scheduled it for the 20th. On the morning of the 20th, on the 16th, You also start to see lengthy conversations between Tracey Grist, Carolyn Fisher, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate. A lot of activity. You're going to see that come forward. During those conversations, on the 16th, Tracey Grist's web search history shows that she searched first, Utah gun law registration, and second, Utah shoot break-in. She also started looking about establishing residency in Utah, the divorce procedures. And as I said, 2 days later, she arranges the rental car, which would be set for the morning of the 20th. On the 20th, in the early morning hours, Carolyn Fisher texts Tracey Grist and asks if she can see the air tag that she had switched the name to Truck. Tracey confirms that she'll look. That same day, this is the 20th, Kate is going to meet Carolyn at the storage unit and at the rental car agency. Carolyn tells her, I used the Apple AirTag, use some Gorilla Tape or something else to stick it somewhere in the truck, okay? Kate, at the bottom, you'll see she expressed some reservations about this. Not sure she wants to do it. But on the 20th, she drives the family truck into town, leaves it at a shopping complex, and decides last minute, actually, you know what, yes, I am going to put the AirTag in there. She places it in a bin of trash on the floorboard of the truck. Picks up the rental car, goes to the storage unit, fills it with whatever she wanted to take, and begins to drive to American Fork. No warning to Matt that she was leaving. That same day, you will see that the family created a Facebook chat that involved Carolyn, Tracey Grist, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate that allowed them all to monitor the location of the AirTag. And they discussed frequently its location. During Kate's drive on the 20th, Tracey Grist asked Carolyn Fisher to draft a text to send to Matt to explain that this was just a breather. She does that, and Kate sends it as drafted to Matt. Kate arrives to the home of Tracey Grist the evening of the 20th, enters the gated community where Tracey lived, and set up shop in Tracey's home. Over the next several days, Matt gets over his initial anger about Kate picking up and leaving with the kids without warning. Part of this is because he was being led to believe that this was just a breather. This was just a temporary vacation. Tracey Grist, you'll hear, went so far as to call Diane Restelli and tell her the same thing. They just need a breather. They just need some time. The entire time that Matt is being led to believe that this is a breather, the family's monitoring him. By this point, June 26th, Kevin Ellis, who also lived in the home, was given the ability to monitor the AirTag. We see on the 26th, Kate asks him, what day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf. Olaf is a nickname that they gave to Matt when they wanted to talk about him. Friday, late, he says. Okay, cool. And then he assures her the tag is still active. Really? She asks. He responds on the 26th, if I have to rush back, I can make that happen. Evidence will show that this was never intended to be a breather. Kate was never coming home. She was never bringing the kids back. On the 29th, Tracey, talking to two family members, the family members ask her, how's Matt taking it? Not that you care. She says, I want him to show up. He still thinks it's only for another week. On the 2nd of July, we're now into July of 2024, Tracey asks Terrell Fisher to talk to Kate, tell her what to say to a lawyer. Kate sets up a consultation with the lawyer. She sets it up for the July 11th in the evening hours, or late afternoon hours. During this time, during that roughly 10-day period between while waiting for the consultation, Matt's still thinking this is a breather, starts to push for her to come home. And on the 11th, the morning of the 11th, but during that same time that he's pushing her to come home, Kate's having conversations with Tracey Grist. And Tracey started making passing comments about harming Matt. She went so far as to bring Kate into the laundry room and show her a knife that she had in a rubber glove. And Tracey told her, if he comes, either myself or Kevin will shoot him. And we'll put the knife in his hand to make it look like self-defense. On the 11th, contrary to Tracey Grist's desire that Matt come out, Matt tells Kate, I don't want to drive out. And Kate relays the same to her mom. On the morning of the 11th, Matt doesn't want to drive out. So instead, he arranges a rental car at the Enterprise around the corner. Now this is a message that Tracey sent to Kate, telling her what to say to Matt, which she does. So he makes that arrangement. He puts money into her account. Tells her tomorrow, July 12th, Enterprise, pay in person with a debit card. Her response, cool. She's excited. And then $600 into your account. Later that day, Kate has a consultation with the lawyer. This consultation was recorded and sent to Tracey Grist. A friend who knew that she was going to have the consultation on the 11th reaches out to Kate and asks her how it went. She responds, honestly, I'm fucked. She learned in that call, and you'll hear it, divorce is on her terms, staying in Utah with the kids wasn't in the cards. So that takes us to the 12th. Matt still thinks she's hopping in the rental car. Matt still thinks that she's going to start driving home that day. She continues the ruse. Good morning, getting up, getting moving, excited for today. Now you'll see text messages between her and her mother from the 11th. That was never going to happen. She was going to fake a sprained ankle, or she was going to go ask the rental car agency and pretend that she can't rent the car. He's excited. I'm over the moon. Can't wait to hug and kiss you all. Now, the day of the 12th, you are going to see a lot of digital evidence, a lot of conversations between Tracey Grist, Carolyn Fisher, Rachel Jorgensen, and Kate. I'm only going to go through a couple of those. From Kate's call log, early morning of the 12th, she calls her mom and talks to her for 4 minutes. Immediately after that, she has a phone call with Matt Restelli. Then around here, she has a conversation with Kate. She's having a text message with her mom saying, it would be more believable if you go to the rental agency and tell them and do it in person. So she does. She talks to Kevin, says, hey, I need to go make my story more believable. Can you watch the kids for me? She does that, comes back, and has another conversation with Matt at 8:55. These next 3 calls with Matt are recorded. They were recovered from Kate's phone. You'll hear them. You'll hear that she tells Matt they won't rent her the car. Matt's still thinking she wants to come home. Starts to talk about options. Cars that he could borrow. Other arrangements. sending more money so someone else could rent the car. Options. All these are denied. Forcing him to have to drive out. And you'll hear her convince him not to borrow a car, not to get one from anybody else, but to bring the truck that had the air tag in it. He's worried. I need a starter. I still need a travel permit. So he makes those arrangements. By 9:15, he calls her and says, I got the permit. I'll go into town, get the starter. Kate immediately texts her mom, he's going to drive out. Tracey Grist says, I'll call you. They do indeed have a call. 11:39 for 5 minutes. At this point, you're going to also hear the next 3 phone calls that were made between Kate and Matt. 11:55, they talk. And at this point, things change. You hear Kate encouraging him, you're going to come in, right? Help me pack. Matt, knowing the relationship with Tracey, kind of tries to push it off. Well, can't you just be ready? Can we just throw it all in the truck? I won't even turn the car off. I won't even turn the truck off. She insists, and ultimately he agrees. As the afternoon approaches, the 4 sisters, or the 3 sisters and Tracey Grist, are continuing to have extensive conversations. At 12:48, you'll see a call between Rachel Jorgensen and Kate Restelli that lasted for about 20 minutes. In the middle of that call, Tracey pops in on a group call for 7 minutes. After this, you see a call between Tracey Grist and Kevin Ellis at 2 p.m. She responds to Kate at 2:07, I am meeting Kevin for sushi. While there, she's continuing to text Kate, and you'll see those eventually. But she also, at 2:13 p.m., while waiting for Kevin to arrive at sushi, searches, this is Tracey, searches the It's Happening meme. Remember the call with Rachel Jorgensen that happened at 12:48? At 2:18, Rachel Jorgensen begins a series of 3 phone calls. The first is to Aurora France. Aurora lived in Tracey Grist's home with Kevin and Kate. You'll hear that she made arrangements for Aurora to leave the home and come to her house in Ogden that night, despite never having been there before. 5 minutes later, immediately after getting off the phone with Aurora France, she calls Jacob Trujillo, Tracey's son who lived in the home with them, and makes sure that he has plans with friends that night and wouldn't be home. She then immediately calls Tim Ellis, Tracey's other son, who lived about 4 minutes away. Now you'll hear from Tim. Tim will tell you that prior to this date, they had talked about Tim coming over if Matt were to ever come out, to be a peacemaker, keep the peace, because he was friends with Matt. You'll hear him say that at 2:25, on the day of the 12th, he was told not to come over. With the house, you will hear that after sushi, Tracey Grist and Kevin Ellis returned to the home, had a conversation with Kate. They kind of went their separate ways that afternoon in the house, just kind of doing their thing. But what you'll hear is that over that time, several physical arrangements were made, or preparations were made to the home. As you walk into the Grist home, as you enter the home, to your right is a living room. In that living room, there's a fireplace. And directly in front of you, as you walk into the home, is the hallway leading to the stairs. Now, the toys for the children were traditionally kept in front of that fireplace in bins. pretty messy, as kids typically are. All of those toys were cleaned and removed and placed in the office. As you walk in, there's a couch immediately to your right, a fabric couch. You'll hear that a blanket was placed over the arm of that couch, fully covering the fabric. A mesh screen, a magnetic mesh screen that's typically on the front door, was removed to allow easier access for Matt. And as the night wore on, Kate continued to talk to Matt to make sure he showed up in a good mood. The final call you'll hear from her, or between the two of them, is at 8:13 p.m., less than 2 hours before he arrives, where Kate again tells him, and make sure you're coming in, right? To help me pack. After that call, there's some text messages exchanged, and Kate or Matt, concerned for the oil dripping from his truck, says, when I get there, we should put cardboard under the truck for oil drips. 8:09, okay, I'll get some ready. And then about 9 o'clock, remember, Tracey Grist lives in a gated community. Kate sends him the gate code. And then a picture of the cardboard that she had laid out for him to park over. You'll hear that Rachel Jorgensen throughout the day was monitoring Matt's location. At 10:01 p.m., she sends a series of 2 text messages to 2 people. One to Tracey Grist saying Orem, followed by keep an eye on Find My, the Apple app. Then, seconds later, to Kevin Ellis, Orem, keep an eye on Find My. Metadata will show that this message was read. At 10:06 p.m., surveillance footage will show Matt Restelli arriving in the truck, parking over the cardboard that had been laid out to him. And the evidence will show that he arrived to a dark house. The interior lights were off. The door was unlocked, as he'd been told that it would be. And so he entered, took off his sandals at the edge of the tile where the tile meets the carpet. And the evidence will show that in the dark living room to his right was waiting Kevin Ellis with a gun. And he shot Matt in the chest, the side, the right forearm. And as Matt turned from looking at the living room to go down the hallway, he was shot 4 more times in the back. You will hear evidence from the neighbor that they heard these shots at 10:07 p.m. Concerned, they reached out to Tracey. Is everything okay? You'll see that text message at 10:08. Tracey didn't answer. So at 10:09, the neighbor calls 911. You'll hear that call, reporting that 2 minutes earlier at 10:07, they had heard what sounded like either firecrackers or gunshots. They couldn't be sure, but they didn't think it was fireworks. They thought it was gunshots. 6 minutes after the neighbor calls, 8 minutes after the gunshots are heard, Tracey Grist calls 911 and reports that Matt had been shot. Now, in that 8 minutes, the evidence is going to show that Kevin left the living room, went and placed the gun in the front on the countertop, and that a knife, and that he was overheard to say, "Be careful, he might still be moving." And that a knife, that same knife that was shown to Kate in the laundry room, was placed in his hand. Now, you'll hear 4 pieces of information about this knife that are suspicious. And first, it was placed in his non-dominant hand. Matt's left-handed. The knife was placed in his right hand. Second, the blade of the knife, the sharp part, was facing towards Matt, and the spine was facing away, meaning the grip was backwards You'll see images of this. Third, it was the same arm that had been shot in the forearm, through the skin, through the tendons, through the tissue, through the bone. All things required for grip strength. And fourth, you will see evidence that the blood stains are consistent with the arm being moved after his death. Law enforcement was dispatched based on the 10:09 phone call. This becomes important. You'll see that 2 minutes into Tracey's call at 10:15, when she called at 10:15, she's surprised because she hears knocking on the door because law enforcement had already been dispatched and they got there. Law enforcement comes in, and at this point, Kevin had resumed his position in the darkened living room to the right. And pay attention to what he says on the body cam when law enforcement walks in. He says something to the effect of, "That guy had a knife and I," before his voice is drowned out by law enforcement. The investigation unfolded. You'll hear the varying stories between what Tracey Grist says happened that night, between what Kate says happened that night, between what Kevin Ellis says happened that night. It will become clear that they did not account for the neighbor hearing the shots at 10:07 and calling law enforcement. The day after the murder, Kate has a phone call, or is supposed to have a phone call with Diane Restelli. You'll hear those phone calls. You'll also see that immediately prior to that call, Tracey told Kate, "Don't say anything. It can be used against Kevin." No details about what happened. But Tracey Grist has two lengthy phone calls with Diane Restelli. Pay attention to what she says happened. Over the course of this trial, you're going to hear from several members of law enforcement. You're going to hear from a DNA expert. You're going to hear from a medical examiner. You're going to hear from a crime scene expert. You're going to hear from several members of the Grist family. You're going to hear from Rachel Jorgensen. You're going to hear from Tim Ellis. You're going to hear from Terrell Fisher. You're also going to hear from Kate Restelli. Now, Kate will be your first witness. She's been transported here from prison. She's in prison because she pled guilty to murdering Matt Restelli, conspiring with Kevin Ellis and Tracey Grist to commit that murder, as well as an additional charge for the discharge of a firearm that resulted in serious bodily injury. Now, to be sure, Kate, in exchange for providing evidence and information to the state, she received a plea deal. A plea deal that will result in her having the eligibility of parole sooner than she otherwise would have. As with all witnesses, your job is to weigh their credibility, okay? And you don't check your common sense at the door. You still know when people are telling the truth, when they're not. You weigh her like everybody else. You can choose to believe all, some, or none of what she says. But note that the vast majority of what she says will be corroborated by digital and physical and forensic evidence. Finally, you will hear that both Kate Restelli and Kevin Ellis tried to talk Tracey Grist out of this, but she wouldn't be persuaded. You will hear that they failed to persuade her to not go through with this, but they also failed to stand up to her. As you can see from this roadmap, there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of times, there's a lot of dates. The timeline will become clear as you hear it again, but please take notes. You will likely only hear it once from this stand. The evidence that gets displayed here will go back with you for you to be able to review, but please pay attention and take notes. At the end of this, my colleague, Mr. Pomeroy, is going to stand up and give you a closing argument and present to you the additional evidence, present to you the conclusions that should be drawn from this. And after he's done, the state's going to ask you to retire back to chambers and to find that Tracey Grist is guilty of murdering Matt Restelli and conspiring with her son and her daughter to commit that murder and then of obstructing justice by planting that knife. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Facemeyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dana Facemeyer, and thank you for being here today. I know that you've all seen jury trials before because we all own TVs. So we've seen jury trials, but they're much different. Yesterday, I don't know if you've ever seen that on TV, where judges will ask questions and lawyers will ask questions. Some are personal and some are not personal, you know, some are just, who are you? Is this working? Hello, hello? Yeah. And so this is how real life trial work is. It's sometimes very planned out, and sometimes things aren't planned out. Sometimes things happen during a trial that no one expects. But today, this case is about a murder. And that's a pretty horrific thing. When I first became a lawyer, I had the chance to get involved in a murder, and I was surprised at the photos I had to view. They're gory, and there will be some here. And I apologize that you have to view them, but as the jurors, that's your responsibility to view and review evidence. However, one thing that you need to know is that almost everything presented to you in this trial, we all have known for a long time. We've been working on this case for a long time. We've had hearings before the judge. We've had hearings where witnesses have taken the stand. We've had pretrial stuff going on. And so all of these text messages and recorded calls and pictures of the crime scene, and we've seen it for a long time. So if you feel like we're a little desensitized from what you're seeing, just know that it's because it's the 50th or 100th time we've seen this stuff. And so our desensitizing of some of these horrific things is just because of repetition. This case, in large sense, is what the opening statement presented. However, I was so confused in the opening statement because I know a lot of what he was saying, but it's still really confusing. And so he asked you to take notes and to, keep things together because it is confusing. There's a lot of things that are at play in this case, including things after the murder occurred. This is the family. That's the easiest part of every exhibit in this whole case. This is my client, Tracey. These are her kids. And this is her kid, Kate. And Kate sort of comes in between Kevin and Tim. And she married Matthew. And they have 2 kids. And then Matthew has mom, Diane. That's the easiest exhibit we'll have. Everything else is a little bit hard to see and hard to differentiate. I think the thing that will be most apparent in this case is that as this case moved forward, there became a narrative. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is how it happened. And this is what happened. Problem is their narrative decided the evidence, and they've never left their narrative. They never allowed for the evidence to speak for itself and then determine what really happened. The narrative has continued to press how the evidence is interpreted, is decided, and that's an error. That's an error in police work. You don't let the narrative decide the case. You let the evidence decide the case. Interesting fact about this case is that the murder occurred, and then Kevin was arrested, and then many months later, Kate and Tracey were arrested. And it was because of law enforcement, really the gritty part of work. They went and they started scouring things and looking at things, and they said to themselves, hey, we don't just have Kevin killing a guy, we have this conspiracy between Tracey and Kate, and therefore we need to arrest them. And they arrested them. What happened in between the actual time of the murder and when they were arrested, we're going to hear about some things there. Then you're also going to hear about some things that happened after they were arrested until finally, many, many months later, after many, many, many hearings later, after witnesses had testified and all of these pictures you've already seen have been shown and things of that nature, Kate decides to enter a plea. And she decides to enter a plea not a year after she's been incarcerated, but a little bit less. So she's known about the evidence in this case. She's known what they're saying against her. She knows what they're arguing, that you're part of the conspiracy. She's talked to her lawyer about it. They've come up with a plea deal. And she has decided this is the best way for me to move forward in this case. And the best way for me to move forward in this case, given everything they have, is for me to enter a plea and come up with as close of a cap of jail time, prison time that I'm going to serve. And she has that right. You know, very few cases go to trial in criminal work. Very few. The vast, vast majority, almost 90+%, don't go to trial. And Kate's was one of those. Just didn't go to trial. Kevin's, on the other hand, did go to trial. Kevin's case went to trial a couple months. And so the big whodunit is not part of this case. Frankly, we all know who did it. Everybody. We all know Kevin shot Matt. The murder in and of itself is decided, completely decided. And the state will have an opportunity to show you pictures and show you a medical examination and show you all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And frankly, Kevin has already been found guilty. Kevin's already been sentenced to prison. And so we'll spend time going over that part of it. But what we're here today is about whether or not my client conspired with Kevin and Kate to kill Matt. And I think as you go through this case, you will say to yourselves, this is the messiest conspiracy I've ever seen. These guys are up and down and sideways and leftways. They sort of sound like a family who doesn't really function great, but they function. Who goes to Disneyland, you'll hear about that. As a whole group, they go to Disneyland. And yet the marriage is on the rocks, marriages is tough. Kate and Matt's marriages is like really, really strenuous. You'll hear Kate testify in just a few minutes. And when she testifies, you will see how her testimony is determined by the narrative already decided. You must plead to conspiracy, Kate. You must plead to conspiracy because we need our other conspirator, Tracey. So we must gravitate the evidence so that we get all of our people, Tracey and Kate. We'll leave Tara Lynn alone. We won't charge her, even though the officer at one point said, I sort of thought we should have charged her. And Rachel, we'll leave her alone. And the officer said it one hearing before. I sort of think probably should have charged her. Maybe charge the whole family. I don't know what their thought was. But I think what you'll see in this case on July 12, 2024, is that a guy who's coming up from California to see his two kids for the first time in a few weeks, after his wife left him a note, a text, and he's coming up to see him. And you'll actually hear phone recordings between Kate and Matthew about the anxiousness of coming to see each other. You'll hear it. And hours later, he'll be killed. It's a crazy deal. You'll hear about Kate's desire to look at a divorce as an option. Look at a divorce as an option? Like, that is the option, as opposed to murder. I don't know if you know, but people get divorced all the time. I know people divorced. This building knows lots of people divorced. I know people who actually are divorced and share time with kids with the other parent. I know of that. I'm aware of that. I don't know how it ever came to this point. I don't know how this guy right here, Kevin, decided that was not the option, even though he lives in a family of divorce. I don't know how Kate decided that that was an option, even though she lives in a family of divorce, where she communicates to all her family members, including her dad. I don't know why they're arguing Tracey would make that the option. And she has lived in a family divorce. This is just tragic. It's a tragic story. Beyond belief to me that someone would go to this extent. But there's a few things that are going to come out that you haven't been told yet that will really make the deciding factor on how did this whole plan come together? When did this whole plan come together? And I think you'll just feel like I feel. It's just messy. It's really messy. No real plan. It's just a moment of craziness. A moment of craziness. I think that's what you'll find in this case. As we begin with our first witnesses, you'll see how that goes. Take notes. In our opening instructions, which are somewhere here, thank you. There's a few things the judge said, and they keep the instructions with them, don't they, Your Honor? Yeah, you have the instructions. I write a few things down. Number 6, it says evidence. A lot of people get confused. A lot of people call my office, hey, Ms. Facemeyer, I got this case, but I don't have any evidence. Well, what happened? Well, I was outside and this guy kicked me in the leg and, I got a bruise, and I guess a bruise is evidence. And I say to him, well, what's evidence? Is you testify. That's evidence. That's actually evidence in almost every single case. Testimony. Testimony is evidence. What you hear on the stand is evidence. The problem is when you go to deliberate, you don't get a copy of it anymore. So you can't go back and, can I re-listen to that? That's not available. You need to remember. And as a group, you need to confer and deliberate. That's a legal term, right? So evidence is testimony. So take notes of the things you remember as best you can. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. But do that. Because those things are really what determines this case. I find an interesting thing, and I'm sort of bothered about this jury instruction. I'll tell you why. It's the jury instruction that says, it's number 3, I think. No, it's number, where is it? Yeah, number 5. Role of judge, jury, and lawyers. You know what my role is. You know what the lawyers' roles are. Our roles are to advocate for our client's position, right? But it says here, all of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers in the court. I had to go to law school. I had to take a bar exam. I had to get sworn in to be an officer of the court. I'm an officer of the court. You guys are an officer of the court because we chose you. You got the easier road, but yet you have to sit through jury trial. We're all officers of the court here. We're all part of the process. As a judge, he supervises a trial. As a jury, you are what we call fact finders. You determine facts. In the end, your deliberation and your decision determines facts as best as can be. And so because you're the fact finder, no longer is a judge our fact finder. We certainly aren't fact finders. You guys are. And because you're fact finders, what you remember, what you recall, what you write down, what you pay attention to, what you see, you will have to come up with the facts. However, there's a caveat. And that caveat is based on the United States Constitution. In the United States Constitution, we have certain rights and privileges. Bill of Rights, I'm sure you've heard of them. One of those rights is the defendant has no burden of proof. When you're charged with a criminal case, the burden is upon the state. The state has the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the law. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the defendant has to prove anything. Indeed, after a state's case is concluded, the defendant can just say, I'm done. Thanks. Did they do it? Did they prove it? Because that's our constitutional rights here in the United States. And so as you go through your fact-finding part, it's the burden of the state to determine whether or not they prove the case. Lastly, we had a big trial here in Utah not too long ago, and my daughter was all into these trials, and she listens to them. And one day she said to me, Dad, she's older, she's 36. Dad, the defense didn't call a witness. What does that Now, my daughter's known I've been a lawyer pretty much all her life, so surprised she said. I said, honey, on almost every single case you have, all the witnesses are known to everybody. I don't know who the witnesses are. I've known for ages who these witnesses are. They're all witnesses that each party is going to take advantage of their opportunity to testify. And so whether I call them as a witness or don't call them as a witness, the fact that they're here and that they're involved in the case is why they're here. So whether the defense calls a witness or doesn't call a witness, it's not because of anything more than we all know who the people, the players, we all know who the players in the game are. All of us. It's not a surprise. So as you listen to this case, don't be surprised that we know these witnesses and we are able to talk to them because we've done it before, and on other cases it will continue that way. I don't know how long exactly this trial is going to take. It's scheduled for 3 weeks, but the evidence will be presented to you over time. And as you go through this process with binders of exhibits, you have an opportunity to what I think you will find. This is just a messy deal that just got out of hand. And one guy murdered a guy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Facebar. Counsel, could I see up here for a second, please? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a brief break for you to do a restroom break. When you come back in about 10, 15 minutes, we're going to call our first witness. We'll go to about noonish, and then we'll take our lunch break, and we'll come back and do our afternoon session. So right now, let's take a recess for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We're on 11. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, both parties have informed the court that they're invoking the exclusionary rule. What the exclusionary rule means is that if you were a witness, unless you're a designated party representative, you're not allowed to listen into the proceedings before the court until after your testimony has been provided and you have been released from your testimony. So if some of you are on WebEx, we may be moving you into a breakout room or completely kicking you off if you're a designated witness. In other words, if you received a subpoena or been told by one of the attorneys that you should be testifying. If you're in the courtroom, you'll need to leave until you've given your testimony unless the state has you identified as a victim's rep. Our victims representative for the county attorney's office, you could help us by making sure that people online in the courtroom are not coming in that are witnesses for the state. I think they're the same witnesses, so we'll probably lean upon you if that's possible. That in mind, let's take about another 10, 15 minutes and reconvene between 15, 20 after for the first witness. Thank you.
Just for the record, the state would ask the detective Norton to stay as case
Yes.
manager, and then Diane Restelli and Mark Restelli will be allowed to stay on there.
As the victim's representative. Any objection, Mr. Facebearer?
No.
All right, that's fine. Thank you. We're in recess.
rise for the jury.
There's no assigned seats, just grab whatever seat you want. Thank you, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our break went a little bit longer. We're waiting for the attorney for the next witness to finish up another court hearing and come down. He's done that now. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Brown.
The state would call Kathryn Restelli.
Bring up Ms. Restelli, please. Ms. Restelli, if you'd come have a seat up here. Please have a seat there. Officer, if you could help by moving the mic forward and down towards her, please. All right, Ms. Restelli, I know you've testified before. Just keep in mind to let the attorneys finish asking the question before we respond, give direct answers, and give verbal responses, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown.
Ms. Restelli, would you please state your full name and spell your first and last?
Kathryn Restelli, Kathryn, Restelli, Restelli.
Thank you. Are you okay if I call you Kate throughout this?
Absolutely.
Okay. Kate, who is Tracey Grist?
She is my mother.
You see Ms. Grist in the courtroom today? Sorry.
Do.
Oh, we got
Was
it.
sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, penalty of perjury, that the testimony given in this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start again. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kathryn Restelli, Kathryn, Restelli.
Thank you. And who is Tracey Grist?
She is my mother.
Okay, and do you see Tracey in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, would you please point her out with an article of clothing?
She is blue and white dress.
I'd ask that the record reflect that she identified the defendant.
So noted, thank you.
Okay, Kate, why are you testifying in handcuffs?
Because I am a resident at Utah State Correctional Facility.
And
I
why
am
are,
in prison
and why are you in prison?
because I pled guilty to the murder of my husband.
What other charges did you plead guilty to?
Conspiracy and criminal discharge of a firearm.
And you said you pled guilty to the murder of your husband.
Yes,
What is
Matthew Restelli.
Thank you. His name is Matthew Restelli.
Yes,
Who did you conspire with to murder Matt Restelli?
my mother, Tracey Grist,
And who else?
and Kevin Ellis, my brother.
Now you said you're in prison. Is it fair to say that you reached you pled guilty, correct?
I did.
And why did you plead guilty?
I pled guilty because I wanted justice for Matt. I wanted justice for his children, and the truth needed to be said.
Is it fair to say that you received a plea deal from the state in exchange for your plea?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that your possibility of parole is sooner than it might otherwise be?
yes,
Is it also fair to say, though, that you still have a life possibility?
yes, I do.
Which was the more driving factor for you? The reduced possibility of, or the more favorable possibility of release, or the truth coming out?
I went to my attorney and I told him I wanted to tell the truth. I did not know what deal would come out of telling the truth. I wanted the truth.
And are you here to tell the truth to the jury today?
Yes,
Let's back up a little bit. Tell me about your relationship with Matt.
It was,
John, may I approach the witness?
Yes, thank you.
You got that?
thank you.
If you need a water or something, just let us know.
As I have one in front of me, thank you. It wasn't the best marriage.
Let's
It was
talk
hard.
timelines. When did you guys meet?
We met in November of 2008.
And how long did you guys date before getting married?
We got married in November 2016. I think that was 8 years. Not
About.
yeah.
And did you and Matt have children?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and how old are they? And what are their names?
Matthew has a son from a previous relationship. His name is Lucas, and he's 21. And then we have a daughter who is Cheyenne. She's 8, and a son who's 5. His name is Steele.
You said you got married in 2016. When was Cheyenne born?
August of 2016. August of 2017. I was 2 weeks pregnant at the wedding, and I had no idea.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that relationship. You said what was the word you used? It was hard. What did you say at the beginning?
It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the best.
Okay. How did it begin at the beginning of the marriage? How were things?
At the beginning of the marriage, it was so-so. We had our arguments, but it was something that I was stubborn and I wanted it to work.
And how did the relationship improve over the years, or did it change over the years?
It stayed pretty steady, but when COVID hit, it really got strained.
How so?
Spending a lot of time together and financial burdens really took a toll on our marriage.
Would you guys fight often?
Yes.
Would those fights become physical?
Never physical. I don't recall any pushing, but it was very verbal.
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling, yes.
Name calling
Yes.
from both sides.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about where you and Matt lived.
We lived in Temecula, California. To be more specific, Awanga, California. It was a rural little piece of property. It was about 7 acres. And for the first part of our marriage, first part of our relationship, we lived in a fifth wheel, and then we were given a home by his parents.
You said it was rural. How rural are we talking?
The nearest neighbor was about a mile away, but it was right off of a 1-lane highway. So it was about 15 minutes to the nearest gas station, Walmart.
Okay, so town was about 15 miles or 15 minutes away.
Yes.
You said it was 7 acres,
Yes.
and the closest neighbor was about a mile away.
Yes.
Did you have neighbors all around you, or how was the property laid out?
It was it's pretty spread out. The property is surrounded by Cleveland National Forest.
Did you guys have wildlife there?
Lots of it.
What are some of the wildlife that you have there?
Bobcats, cougars, wild turkeys, quail. We had a couple dogs. I don't recall any other wildlife off the top of my
Yeah.
head.
Would you see the wildlife often?
Occasionally. We saw a bobcat the night we brought home my daughter it was my son, excuse me. It was my son from the hospital. We saw a bobcat, and Matt actually shot and killed it because he thought it was a bigger cat.
Like what? Like what would be a bigger cat?
A bobcat, or not, excuse me, a cougar, like a mountain lion.
Did you guys have mountain lions in the area?
Yes.
Did you ever see one?
Yeah, I saw one across the street in a big field. During the day, we took our binoculars and we were watching it.
What about Matt? Did you ever run into mountain lions?
I believe so, yeah. Even in Orange County, where his parents live, he had a pretty big encounter with a mountain lion.
Tell me about Matt. What were his hobbies?
He liked to bike ride. He occasionally liked to fish. He liked being outdoors. He liked to work on mechanics. Anything with his hands.
And would he report having, well, I'll strike that. You said COVID things got really hard,
Yes.
right? Spending a lot of time together.
Yes.
Financial situations were hard.
Yes.
Ultimately, did you step out on the marriage?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
It was about a year before the murder in June of 23.
Was that an additional source of contention between you two?
I never was truthful with him. He had an idea, but I never confirmed it.
But were there accusations made?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about, you'll see in front of you and if we could put up State's Exhibit 1 for the witness only. You see that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does that match this demonstrative exhibit that's right here to your left?
Yes, it does.
Okay, if we could say we move to admit State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
If we could publish to the jury, please. Okay, we're going to talk through all the people on this board.
Okay.
First, in the blue up top, we've already identified Tracey Grist as your mother, correct?
Yes.
In 2024, where did Tracey live?
Utah.
What part of
American
Utah?
Fork, Utah.
And okay, and then going down to her family tree on the far left, who is Terrell Fisher?
She is my older sister.
Okay, and where does she live? Or where did she live in 2024?
She lived in Carlsbad, California.
How far was that from Temecula or Awanga?
About an hour drive, 45 if you get lucky.
What was your relationship like with Terrell?
It was really good. I would definitely call her one of my best friends.
Would you confide in her the problems you were having?
Absolutely.
Okay, next to Terrell, who's Kevin Ellis?
Kevin Ellis is my younger brother.
Okay, and in 2024, where did Kevin live?
He lived in American Fork with my mother.
Logistically, how was Tracey's house laid out? Where were the rooms?
So it's a 3-story, well, I guess it's a 2-story with a basement. On the ground level, there's an office that Rory would use to have her games. Downstairs, it's a basement, and Jacob had the downstairs bedroom, and there was like a game room and an extra living room. And then going all the way upstairs, it's when you come to the top of the stairs, it's Rory's bedroom, Kevin's bedroom, a bathroom, and then my mother's room.
So obviously you're Kate Restelli, and then to the right of you is Tim Ellis. Who is Tim?
Tim Ellis is my younger brother.
And in 2024, where did Tim live?
In Pleasant Grove, Utah.
How far would you say that was from your mom's house, if you know?
2 to 3 minutes.
And then to the right of Tim is who?
Rachel Jorgensen, my younger sister.
Okay, and where did Rachel live in 2024?
In Ogden.
And then to the right of her is Jacob Trujillo.
Yes.
And who is that?
He is my younger brother, and he lived in American Fork downstairs with my mother.
You indicated he was in the basement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a finished basement. So.
Okay, yeah. So rooms down there and carpet, and yeah. To the right of him is who is that?
That is Rory, and that is my youngest sister. And she also lived at home with my mom in American Fork.
And is that who you referred to would use the office for her games?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now moving over to the yellow, who is Diane Restelli?
Diane Restelli is Matthew's mother.
And then obviously we have Matthew, and you've already identified Cheyenne and Steele, your children, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down. Of that group, who would you say you were closest to?
Definitely Tara Lynn.
Okay, and then after Tara Lynn, who would you say you were closest to?
Next would probably be my mother.
And then after her?
I wasn't really as close with Rachel as I am now. I believe that being in jail and going through all of this brought me closer to Rachel. She's significantly younger than I am. So I wouldn't bother her with my marriage problems because she had such a good marriage. I didn't want her to be discouraged.
Were you close with Kevin?
No.
How
not
often
really.
would you say you spoke to Kevin? Let's go from January 24 till June of 24 when you came out here.
I don't think I spoke with him at all during January, February, March, April, May, or the only time in June was when I was coming out and he provided me the gate code. He told me that he would help me unload the car when
Now,
I got there.
you did have a family trip in February, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did you talk to him then?
Briefly, yes.
But you weren't close.
No, I don't think so.
Would you confide in him your problems with Matt?
Absolutely not.
And what about Tim?
Tim, I barely talked to him. I did speak with him in February because we're both huge Disney fans, so we bonded over that. But other than that,
And Rory and Jacob?
same thing. Just brief conversations, nothing really substantial.
Is it fair to say that Kevin, Tim, Rory, Jacob weren't in the same stage of life as you were?
Correct.
And so there wasn't a whole lot to talk about. Is that fair?
Yes.
Beyond normal sibling things.
Yes.
Okay. Would you confide in any of them, those four, your problems with Matt?
No.
So really, is it fair? So Carolyn and your mom were the two you confided in,
Yes.
and not Rachel, because you said you didn't want to burden her or taint her view of marriage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that over the first 6 months of 2024, that your relationship with Matt was continuing to deteriorate?
Yes.
Can we put up for the witness Exhibit 28, please? 28. You have a binder up there. If you want to refer to it, you can, but if not, it will show up on your screen.
Okay. Thank you.
It might be easier on the screen. Okay, you just take a look at that exhibit, and when you recognize what it is, just look up and let me know. If you want us to scroll down, we can. Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What does that appear to be?
That is a text message between me and my mother.
Okay, does it appear to be an accurate representation of that conversation you had with her?
Yes.
State would move at this time to admit State's Exhibit 28.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We could go to page 3 of that. Thank you. What, that first message at the top, what's the date on that? And if we could publish this to the jury, please.
The date on that is January 13th, 2024.
Can you blow it up? It's impossible to read for the jury.
Thank you. Okay, and that first text message there on page 3, what does it say?
At this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out.
When you say I want out, what did you mean?
I want out of the marriage.
And this was in January of 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could scroll down, what was your mom's response?
Sure.
Okay. And then let's scroll down to the page 4, please. Okay, on your right, what do you say at 9:08 in the evening?
I can't recover it.
And what are you referring to?
The fight that we were having, I was trying to get him to agree to go to Disney, because if he didn't go to Disney, I felt like it would be held over my head that I took our children to Disneyland without him.
Okay. And then if we could go to page, go to the next page, please. Keep going. Next page. Okay. You could read that message on the left. All right, from who, and who's that from?
That is from my mother to me.
What'd she say?
I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I meant that.
What happened prior to this message?
My mother called Matt.
Do you know what she said?
No, I don't. I was not in the room. And Matt didn't have her on speaker. I know that after she told me what she said, I was like, oh, all right.
What'd she tell you that she said?
That she
Or is it this?
told,
Is
it's
this
pretty
what
much that she told him not to mess with me.
Okay. Can you please scroll down? Okay, let's stop there. Could you please read that message from your mom?
He asked if it was a threat, and I said I just wanted him to not react.
And the next one, please.
But that's only because I was watering down my words.
What is that? What did that mean to you?
She was sugarcoating. She was,
So hold on. If he objects, just pause for a second.
I'm sorry.
Calls for speculation.
I asked her what it meant to her, not what her mom meant by it, but what did she interpret?
All about under that. Nice.
What did it mean to me? It meant that she had said harsh words and that she was able to sugarcoat it to where he didn't realize that she was actually being rude and threatening.
Okay. Let's scroll down, please. Let's keep going towards the end. Well, actually, let me pause there. How did Matt respond to that?
He did not like that phone call at all.
Okay. And you relayed that to your mom, correct?
I did.
Okay, continue on. Go to Tracy's next message, please. Okay. So you tell your mom that Matt was mad about it. What was her response to you?
She said that she wouldn't call him. And she said, just try to sleep. I won't call him. And then she said, I'll drive 9 hours and strangle him.
Now, what did that mean to you?
I didn't think it was serious. I thought it was more of a figure of speech, but I know that she was not keen on Matt.
How'd you know that those two didn't get along? You can take this down, please.
They had arguments at my house and they both voiced it to me.
Actually, sorry, let's put that back up. Go to page 10, please.
To the
Yes,
jury.
publish, please. Yes, it's still the same exhibit. Okay. What's the date on this text message?
January 14th, 2024
What time of the day?
at 8:30 in the morning.
So fair to say the next morning?
Yes.
Okay, what do you say to your mom?
Matt's really upset that you quote unquote threatened him. He wants to call you and make sure that you battle the shit out of threatening him. And I believe I misspoke on that. And I think I meant to say backpedal.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So like, take it back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what you meant.
Yes. I
Okay,
was
what
telling her to undo it.
All right. If we could scroll down, what was her response?
Okay.
And the next?
Fuck him. He can call. I will act innocent enough, but he doesn't have the balls to call me.
Thank you. You can take that down. We could show just the witness exhibit 31, please. Yes. I did, yes. Yes. And we'll look at this in just a second, but that exchange was in January.
Yes.
Ultimately, did the Disney trip happen or not happen?
The Disney trip happened. It had some hiccups, but it did happen.
And did Matt go on it with you?
Yes, he did.
After coming back from Disney, did that fix your relationship?
No. Sorry.
It's fair, right? Like, is it fair to say your problems were bigger than that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you continue to share your frustration with your family members?
I did.
In particular, your mom and Tara Lynn?
Yes, I did.
If you take a look at your screen, this has previously been marked as Case Exhibit 31. When you recognize it, just let me know. Okay. Does that appear to be a conversation, another text thread between you and your mother?
Yes, it does.
The state would move to admit states 31.
The objection? Thank you, so admitted.
Okay, if we could publish, please.
You
And if
blow
we
it
blow
up.
that up, please. Thank you. Okay, what's the date on this text thread?
May 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say to your mom?
I hate my life, Mom.
And the next one?
I hate that I have kids with Matt.
Do you remember what was going on around this time?
Just another argument. I can't tell you what the argument was about. I don't remember.
We go to the next page, please. Okay, yeah, well, actually, we'll pass on that one. Do you remember, would your mom come to visit, and if we could unpublish it, please. Did your mom come to visit you guys in California?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember if she came out to visit you right around this time frame, end of May of 2024?
Yes, I believe she did.
Okay, and do you remember how that visit went?
I believe she was out to visit her friend. I don't recall if she had just passed or was extremely sick. Her friend being extremely sick.
And remember what her friend's name was?
Amy McQuillan.
And while they're visiting her, she came to see you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she did stay at my house.
And was there anything significant that stuck out to you about that visit? Anything that you remember?
I know that Matt and my mom had a little argument, a little tiff, but it wasn't really anything that Matt made a comment to me after my mom left that my mom asked why I was spending so much time in my camper. I would be in my camper smoking weed, and he stated that she asked why I was in there so often for so long. And I thought nothing of it. I eventually asked my mom about it, and she said, no, I didn't ask that. That's him. He's lying. And from there, she got upset that he was painting the picture that she cared what I was doing in the camper.
Okay. Was it a source of contention between Matt and your mom? This argument?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at the end of May of 2024. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
We could show the witness States Exhibit 24. Okay, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
This appears to be a conversation between you and Carolyn Fisher.
Yes, it does.
The state would move to admit States Exhibit 24.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted without objection.
If we could publish, please. Okay. Again, who is this conversation between?
Myself and my older sister, Carolyn.
And Carolyn's the one that lived in Carlsbad, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the date on this communication?
June 6th, 2024.
If it says June 8th, would that be-
Sorry. I'm sorry.
No
Yeah, June
worries.
8th. My apologies.
And what do you say to Carolyn?
I hate Matt. I need out so bad.
Do you remember why you hated him so much right then?
Another argument, just something that he was just belittling me about, just another stupid argument.
Okay. If we could go to page 2, please. Keep going. Let's stop there. 5:55 p.m. that evening, what do you ask Carolyn?
How do I get out?
And if we could scroll to the next page for her response. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. Could you please read that third one down?
You literally have to do it one step at a time. I think talking to mom about that storage unit a very small one, putting most of your valuable things, the few favorite toys of the kids or whatever for outfits, whatever you need to start pre-planning.
What did you understand for pre-planning?
Pre-planning to go to Utah to go be with my mom and take my kids.
And did you talk to your mother about that storage unit?
I don't know if I actually talked to my mom about the storage unit. I know that Tara Lynn and my mom talked about the storage unit, and Tara Lynn is the one who ended up renting the storage unit for me in her name. So it would have no paper trail back to me, and Matt would have no idea.
Okay. What did you begin to do when we unpublish this? But what did you begin to do with that storage unit?
I put anything that was near and dear to my heart. A lot of the children's clothes. I enjoy doing letterboards. Letterboards are little felt boards that you put letters on. I put all of them in there. I put my Christmas tree. I put,
So you began to fill it.
I'm sorry?
You began to fill it.
Yes, I did.
And what was the intention at that time? You said you were pre-planning. You were pre-planning for what?
To leave Matt.
And did you have an anticipated time you were going to do that?
We were trying to work out the details. It required my mother sending me a credit card that she was putting me on to be able to rent a vehicle to drive out to Utah, because Matt and I did not have money to do that.
Do you remember plans to go to Vegas around that time?
Yes, I do.
And what was your plan after the Vegas trip?
I was actually going to leave from the Vegas trip to my mother's.
And who had you talked about that with?
My mom,
Anybody else?
Carolyn.
If we could show to the witness exhibit 25, please. Go and scroll down a little bit. Okay, once you recognize this, same procedure. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be a conversation between you and your mother?
Yes, it does.
Does it appear to accurately reflect that conversation?
Yes.
If I could say we move to admit State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection?
Okay.
So admitted, thank you.
If we could publish to the jury, please, page 1. Okay, can you please read that message that you, oh, actually, what's the date on that message?
Can you blow it
June.
up, please?
And blow it a little bit more. Thank you.
June 15th, 2024.
Okay, and who are you talking to here?
I am talking to my mom.
And what do you say?
Diane just said we probably shouldn't go to Vegas.
And you've identified this earlier, but who is Diane?
Diane is Matt's mother.
Okay. If we could go to page 3, please. Scroll down, right there. Later that day, what did your mom ask you?
Hey, what is your SS number?
What was the purpose of this, if you remember?
Being able to put me on her Costco credit card.
Okay, we can go ahead and unpublish that. Did your mom put you on the credit card?
Yes, she did.
And what did you get? How'd that happen?
She had it mailed to her house, and then from her house, she mailed it to my PO box that I held at the UPS store.
And was a card in your name?
Yes, it was.
And what did Matt know about this card?
No, he did not.
Was that the whole purpose of the card?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so where we're at is you've got a storage unit. You've been filling it with your valuables, correct?
Yes.
Roughly 6/16, your mom sends you a Costco credit card. Is that correct? Did you get it that same day, or did you get it a couple
The
days?
day that she asked me about the social security card, the social security number, no, I did not get it. It probably took about a week to get it.
A week, so that would
Is
be
she-
the 23rd of June, or
I don't recall. Probably sooner than that, because I left on the 20th, so I probably got it on the 19th or the 18th.
You had it before you left, correct?
Yes, I needed it to rent the vehicle.
Let's just go ahead and publish again, states 25. And go to page 10, please. Scroll down to the bottom. Okay, on the 18th, you see the message from your mom?
Yes,
And what does it say?
it will arrive at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
And what is that in reference to?
The card.
So is that consistent then with what you just said? You probably would have gotten it a day or two before.
Yeah, I believe I got it on the 19th.
We can go to the last page of that exhibit. Scroll down, please. Okay, that message at 4:15 p.m. on the 18th, what is that?
That is the information of the rental car place that I was going to use to rent the vehicle.
Could you have rented the car without your mom?
Without her credit card, no. I don't believe so.
Could you have gone to Utah without her?
No.
Okay, so on the 20th, what did you do? Then over June 20th.
So June 20th, I got up like normal and I told Matt that I was going to go to work. I was working with one of the women at the school that my daughter attended, doing personal assisting, helping her manage her Airbnbs. So it was an under the table job. So I was able to bring my children, and I told Matt that I was going to work and that I was going to bring the kids and we were going to have a fun day.
Okay. Were you going to work?
No, I was not.
What did you do?
I drove down to the rental car place. Carolyn met me down there. She watched my kids in the car as I rented the excursion. I parked my truck that was in Matt's name in the Target parking lot. Took anything out of it that I needed, took the car seats, put them in the excursion, and locked the truck, drove away, took a picture. Then I drove over to the storage unit, put anything that I needed immediately, my kids' clothes, their blankets, their pillows, some stuffies, things that I wanted at that moment, into the excursion. It was pretty full. And then I gave Carolyn the key to the lock that was on the storage unit, knowing that she was going to clean it out the rest of the way because I was not going to be in California. I was going to Utah. And I proceeded to drive to Utah. My father was also in the car with my sister.
So at the time that you were cleaning out the storage unit and filling the excursion, were you coming back to California?
I had no intention of doing so, no.
You talked about taking the car seats out of the truck, put them into the excursion. Did you leave anything in the truck?
Yes, I dropped an Apple tag in the truck.
Okay, if we could show the witness exhibit 26, please. Where did that Apple AirTag come from?
Carolyn gave it to me.
Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 26. You recognize that communication?
I do.
Is that a conversation between you and Tara Lynn on the 20th of June?
Yes, it is.
Say we move to admit States Exhibit 26.
Any objection? Thank you, admitted.
We publish that, please, right? Thank you. If you could please read that first.
Let's blow it up.
A little more. Thanks. If you could read that first message, please.
I used the Apple AirTag that I had on Tabitha, so Mom and Rachel already had links to it. This is a screenshot from Rachel. Rachel, whenever you want to put it, make sure that it's you either have alcohol or the Gorilla Tape or a good spot to slip it in the truck. I think in the truck may be better, maybe in the seat or something in the back seat. That way it doesn't get lost or fall off.
Okay. How did you, so you got that message at 8:30 in the morning. You could
Yes.
scroll to your response, please. How did you initially feel about putting an air tag in the car?
I don't think I want to leave the tag in the truck. It gives me a bad feeling.
Remember why?
I didn't want Matt to find it, but my bad feeling was probably this whole trial.
Ultimately, we can unpublish that, but ultimately, did you decide to leave the air tag?
I did.
Where did you put it?
In the middle of the driver and passenger seat, there's a bin that it's a catch-all bin, like almost like a bonus center console. I dropped it in that bin.
Okay. Let me show the witness states exhibit 2, please. Is that an accurate representation of where you left the air tag?
Yes, it is.
Say we move to admit exhibit 2.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
You publish it to the jury, please. It appears pretty visible from here. Was there more stuff in that bin when you put it in there?
I believe so.
And why did you put the air tag in the truck?
Because I was fearful of Matt. I wanted to know where he was, if he was going to follow me out to Utah, if he drove the truck.
Okay.
I wanted to see where he was going, if he was going to the bar, or I wanted to keep tabs on him.
And that was the initial reason you left. Is that correct?
Of his alcoholism?
No, because you wanted to keep tabs on him, see if he followed you, see if he went to the bar. That was the initial reason you left the air tag, correct?
Yes.
Did ultimately you end up using it for something else?
Yes, we did.
Who had access, we can unpublish this, who had access to monitoring the air tag on the 20th when you left California?
Carolyn had it on her iPad. Rachel had it on her iPhone. My mom had it on her iPhone, and Kevin had it on his iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Let's see if you recognize that.
You said 3.
3, please, yes. And then we'll blow that up. Thank you. You recognize this?
I do.
This appeared to be a Facebook thread between you and some of your family members.
Yes, it does.
It appeared to be an accurate representation of that thread.
Yes, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We could publish the top of that first page. Okay. Blow that up just a little bit more. You can blow that up just a little bit more. Thank you. Who was on this thread?
Myself, Rachel, Carolyn, and my mother.
And was the purpose of this, what was the purpose of this thread? Do you remember?
I don't know the initial purpose. I think it was just to be able to give updates all in one.
You see,
It was the night I left. I drove out to Utah on 6/20, and at 9 o'clock, I was still on the road. I was close to my mother's house, but I was still on the road.
and this thread, is it fair to say in that first one, it was created that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use this thread to track Matt's movements and to discuss his movements?
That seems plausible, yes.
Let's go and go to page 6. Scroll down. Okay, yeah, right there on that dismiss. You're telling someone you're concerned in case he has the wild hair and comes out. And what's the response from Rachel?
At least we would be able to track the truck as long as the air tag stays in there. That does help. I didn't think about doing that. It was a smart move.
So when you said it's plausible that you were using this thread to track his movements, is that what it appears you were doing with this particular thread?
Yes, it does.
You said Kevin had access to it, right?
Yes.
Do you know if Kevin monitored his you can unpublish this and put up Exhibit 4 for the witness, please. Do you know if Kevin monitored Matt's location?
He did.
Let me show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 4. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
It was does this appear to be text threads between you and Kevin?
Yes, it is.
Let's go ahead and start on page 1. If we could, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
We publish, please. What date is that first text between you and Kevin, at least on this thread?
4/9/2024.
Okay. And then if we could scroll to the next page, please. And scroll down. Yeah, that next one. The next thread the next exchange between you two was when?
June 20th, 2024.
So when you said earlier you didn't talk much, you weren't kidding. You don't talk much.
Correct.
Could we please go to page 8 and 9? Okay, what date is on that top message on the right?
June 26th, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say?
What day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf.
Okay, and hold on. Who's Olaf? Or what is Olaf?
Olaf is our code name that we gave to Matt.
Why did you give him the name of Olaf?
It was Disney. I don't know if there was actually a reason behind it. I've heard.
Speak to your reasons.
I don't remember there being an actual reason. It was just a name that we could give Matt so that when I was talking about Matt to somebody, I would say Olaf and my children would not know who I was talking about.
Okay. But your children weren't present while you were sending this text message, right?
Correct.
Okay, what does he respond with? You asked him when he's coming back, let's do this. Do you know where he was?
Where Kevin was?
Yeah.
I believe he was in Wendover.
Okay, and what does he tell you there?
Friday late.
Okay, and scroll down, please. And your response?
Okay, cool.
Okay, keep going. And what's he tell you next?
The tag is still active.
And to your knowledge, what is he referring to?
The Apple tag that was in the truck.
Okay. And that's on the 26th of June still.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you can scroll down, please. And what do you ask?
Really?
Had you kind of stopped monitoring it at this point?
I did not have direct access to monitoring it. I had to ask Tara Lynn, Rachel, my mother, or Kevin to see it. I did not have direct access to it.
You didn't have an iPad that had access to it?
No, I did not.
Okay, scroll down. What is his response to you being surprised that the tag is still active?
If I have to rush back, I can make that happen.
Okay. Rush back for what?
In case Matt came out. At this point, there was no plan in place. This was for my peace of mind because I was very fearful of Matt.
So when you say no plan in place, no plan to do what?
No plan to murder Matt.
Okay. That hadn't formulated yet. Is that fair?
No, I had not.
But he expressed a willingness to come back and protect you.
Yes.
So now we're at the 26th of June. You said the plan hadn't been formulated yet to kill Matt.
Correct.
When did that start to come together?
I believe about a week and a half before he actually came out.
Okay, so if he came out on, well, what day did he come out?
He came out July 12th,
Okay, so you're saying a week to a week and a half before that.
in the
And-
beginning of July.
So early July.
Yes.
And how did that plan begin to come about?
It was a conversation between me and my mother. We were trying to figure out how I could get out of this marriage. I was fearful that I was going to lose my children.
Okay. And you said the plan started to formulate. What if anything, did she say to you?
She said we could have him come out and we can shoot him and act like it was self-defense.
Do you remember where you were when you had this conversation?
I believe we were out on the lawn. We had the conversation multiple times, but more often than not, we were out on the back lawn
Okay.
of her townhome.
We'll come back to that here in a minute. So that's the week and a half before Matt comes out, right?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Kevin about that?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. When did you talk to Kevin about that?
I believe it was a couple days beforehand, if not the day of.
So when you say a couple days beforehand, you mean a couple days before the 12th
Yes.
or the day of? You're not sure.
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that here in a minute. Was having Matt come out, well, let me back up. What did she tell you would happen when Matt came out?
That she or Kevin would hurt and or kill Matt.
Was that the only plan that you and your mom were talking about to separate from Matt?
I had a conversation with an attorney trying to figure out my options, and I realized that my options were very limited.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that. Do you remember what day you talked to that attorney?
July 11th.
So the day before.
I believe July 11th. I may be mistaken.
Okay. The day before.
Yes.
Matt came out. Is that right?
Yes.
So you'd already had conversations about having Matt come out and hurting him prior to talking to the attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did you record that call with the attorney? What'd you do with it once you recorded it?
I sent it to my mother.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call since then?
No, I have not.
At least part of that call?
I believe here in court.
Okay. State would move at this time to admit State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
State would move to publish the first 4 minutes of that phone call.
Any objection to that? All right, thank you.
Are you on hold here?
I am. I'm waiting to speak with them.
It sounds like there's another voice besides yours. Who are you talking to?
That is Kevin's voice.
Where were you taking this call?
I believe I was upstairs in the primary bedroom, and Kevin's room is very close. And I don't recall what we were talking about, but that is Kevin's voice.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, you continue.
So which cat is talking?
Come here. I think. I don't know where Chip is. I have no idea. I just ran downstairs and
My cat's the other one.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Councilors,
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
I'm getting feedback.
So am I.
It wasn't this bad last time. I think last time you actually had to end up playing it on the computer.
You used an external speaker last time.
Let's try it one more time. Let's back it up. Try a different setting.
Learned from his dad.
Huh?
Learned from his dad.
Which cat was he talking about?
Come here. I think. I don't know where Chip is.
Well,
I have no idea. I just ran down the stairs and
My cat's are out one.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
No, does he know that you're leaving?
No, and that's because I'm so scared.
All right, so let's start off. Has there been domestic violence?
It's a lot of verbal abuse. He hits the kids. And so
Are we talking about spanking? Like your
just
butt, or are we talking-
aggressively grabbing the kids. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have financial help to get out?
So I'm at my mother's house in Utah and I don't want to go home.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also if you left Utah and he wasn't happy about it, he could file something and yank you back really quick, or at least yank the kids back. And where the kids go, you will go. So going to Utah is, unless he gives you permission, like, for example, he says, okay, Leah, let's take a time out. You can go to Utah for a while with the kids. And he gives that to you in text, so you've got proof. Shit, you can go to Utah and never come back. As long as you get them established up there, get your 6-year-old started in school and get your life established there before he files anything or starts to think about doing anything, then he has a much harder time of getting you to come back.
So
That's assuming you want to be in Utah.
no, I do want to be in Utah. In Utah, it takes 3 months to establish residency as an adult and then 6 months for a child.
Okay. If you
I want to talk about a couple of things we discussed with the attorney. First, you told him at the outset that he hits the kids.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
But then you clarified. What did he actually do to the kids?
He grabs them aggressively. And
Like how?
just pulls them out of a chair too hard.
Like by the arm?
Yes.
Okay, but doesn't hit them.
No, doesn't hit them. Spanks them, but doesn't hit them.
Sure. And you clarified that he doesn't hit you,
Correct.
but a lot of emotional abuse.
Yes.
How did you feel after that call about your options of divorce?
I felt like they were very, very minimal.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked, just the witness, as State's Exhibit 6, please. Is that on your screen?
Yes.
You recognize that conversation?
Yes, I do.
State, it is going to be an accurate representation of your conversation with the Chris Walnick.
I'm sorry, say that
Does it
again?
appear to be an accurate representation of your communication with Chris Walnick?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 6.
Any objection? No. So admitted, thank you.
Who is Chris? We can publish it, please. Who is Chris Walnick?
He was one of my really good friends I've known for about a decade.
Okay. On the 8th of July, what does he say to you?
He said, 3 more days till you meet with a lawyer. How are you holding up?
So is it fair to say he was aware you were going to be meeting with a lawyer on the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 4, please. Scroll up one more page, so 3. Okay. What does he say to you on the 11th?
He asked he said, how did your attorney meeting go?
Okay, and scroll down to the next. What was your response?
Honestly, I'm fucked.
So you didn't feel like you had a good chance to divorce and keep the kids with you in Utah, did you?
No, I did not.
You discussed this with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you sent her the attorney call, right?
Yes, I did.
Do you know whether or not she listened to it?
I have no idea.
We can unpublish that. Did you send that recording to anybody else?
I believe I tried to send it to Carolyn. I don't recall if it actually went through to her, but I do remember wanting to send it to her.
Did anybody help prepare you for that phone call?
I don't recall.
Okay. You didn't talk, did you remember if you talked to anybody in advance of what you should tell the lawyer?
I probably said things in passing with my mother.
Okay. So to be clear, this is the evening of the 11th. You find out that, in your words, I'm fucked. Right?
Yes.
Earlier that day, had you been having communication with Matt?
I believe so, yes.
And what was the content of that communication?
That he wanted me to come home.
Okay. And what did you say?
I agreed.
We could show State's Exhibit. I'm going to introduce these in a batch, if that's all right, Mr. Facemeyer. If we could show her Exhibit 7 through 10, please. We'll take them one at a time. This is what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7. This appeared to be a conversation between you and Matt on the 11th.
Yes, it does.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection? Thank you. So
Okay, and if we could show her 8, please. This appeared to be a continuation of that conversation on, if you scroll down, please, with Matt on the 12th.
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection? Thank you. So admitted.
Then number 9, please. This appeared to be a continuation of that communication with Matt the evening of the 12th.
Yes, it does.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 9.
Any objection? So ordered. Thank you.
Then finally, State's Exhibit 10, please. Scroll down, please. Okay, this appeared to be a communication between you and your mom
Yes, it does.
on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection to that one? Thank you. So admitted.
We're going to go through these if we can. You testified earlier that you and your mom discussed having Matt drive out and that he would be either harmed or killed. Was
Yes.
that your earlier testimony?
Yes, it is.
I could show you States 10 and page 1. We can publish that for the jury, please. Okay, scroll down to the 11th, please. Okay, what is that text message? What time is that text message sent?
On the July 11th at 8:07 a.m.
And who are you talking to in this text message?
It's a text message to my mom.
Okay, and at 8:07 a.m., what do you say to your mom?
Said Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Is it fair to
So that's page 11.
page 1 on the 11th? Good.
Yeah, it's page 11.
No, you're good. Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Correct.
What is that in reference to?
Matt not wanting to drive out to Utah.
Had you been talking about it with Matt?
We had talked about me coming home.
Okay. And was one of the options for him to come get you? Did you present that to him?
I did present that to him. He wasn't keen on the idea.
Did you present that option to him prior to this message on the 11th?
Yes.
And after your conversation with your mom about what would happen if he came out?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You had the conversation a week to week and a half before he came out
Yes,
about what would happen if he came out.
yes,
And on the 11th, you're telling your mother he doesn't want to drive out.
correct.
So is it fair to say you were trying to get Matt to drive out to Utah?
Yes, I was.
Do you know why he was resistant to that?
I believe it was because the truck wasn't running as well as it could have. That was also part of the reason why I didn't drive the truck out to Utah.
Back on the 20th of June.
Yes.
Go to the next message, please. Okay. What do you say next to your mom?
He's depositing money for me to rent a car.
Okay. Scroll down, please. What does she say to you?
Nope.
What did that mean to you?
That I would not be renting a car.
Okay. Scroll down, please. You read that message?
Well, we will just stay with you spraining your ankle.
She says stay with you. Had you talked about spraining your ankle prior to this?
Not literally spraining my ankle, but acting like I had sprained my ankle, my right ankle to be exact, that I could not drive a vehicle with a sprained ankle.
And you and your mom had talked about that before this text exchange.
Yes.
Okay, scroll down, please. Next, can you read that next one, please?
And just keep putting him off.
And this is all the morning of the 11th, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you had the conversation with the attorney on the evening of the 11th.
I don't recall what time I had the conversation with the attorney.
Okay, fair enough. Next one, please. She says what?
It's fine.
Okay, scroll down to the next. And what do you say in response to that?
Yep, if you deposit money, then I can use it to pay for the lawyer.
And scroll down. What does that say?
I corrected myself.
So what did you mean to say in the text above?
That he would be depositing money, then I would use it to pay for the lawyer because the lawyer was charging for the consult.
Okay. And scroll down, please. And what did your mom say in response to that?
Yes, sir.
Go to the next page.
My
What
mother's,
does your mom say there?
it would be $550 for the rental, $550 deposit, and $300 gas.
What time does she send that to you?
On the 11th at 9:25 in the morning.
And what's your response to your mom?
I'll tell him.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, I believe I copy pasted that message right into a message to him.
We could publish state 7, page 1. Is that what you're talking about right there? Is that the copy and paste?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, what time did you send that to Matt?
At 10:03 in the morning.
So after your mom had sent it to you.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to exhibit 10, please. Page 5. Okay. Continuing this conversation with your mom, what do you say to her?
I said, yes, he wants me to leave tomorrow.
Scroll down.
I have to make arrangements for the car today. Arrangements being in quotes,
Why'd you put it in quotes?
because I wasn't really going to make arrangements.
Scroll down, please. What does your mom say in response to that?
Can't drive with that ankle.
Okay. Again, this is the fictitious ankle that you were going to pretend sprain,
Yes,
making it so you couldn't drive to Utah or to California.
correct.
Continue on, please. What's your response?
Exactly.
Continue.
Ouch, it hurts so bad.
Next one. And your mom says what?
I'll find some crutches.
Okay, keep going.
I know we can wrap it and make it look swollen under the wrap.
Okay, go read that next one.
I need to shower and leave in 2 minutes.
And this is from your mom to you, correct? That one was.
That one was from my mom to me, yes.
Okay, and your response on the next one?
I have them. I has them. I don't know what I was.
Could that be in reference to the crutches? DI.
Oh, DI has them. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what that is.
Okay, control that. Keep going. Go to the next one, please. Let's pause there. If you could please, so while you're having this conversation with your mom, are you continuing to talk to Matt?
I am.
Okay, if we could show states 7, page 2. Please publish that. Okay, who's this message from?
This is from Matt to me.
And what does he tell you?
Tomorrow, Enterprise, 385 Main Street, American Fork, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, $182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be caped.
Okay, and what time did he send that to you?
He sent that to me at 10:59 a.m. on the 11th.
What did you do as soon as you received that message?
I copy pasted it to my mother.
Can we show, please publish states 10, page 8. Is that the message that you copy and pasted?
It is.
You guys continue to, in this text thread, continue to talk about the sprained ankle and not going back.
I believe so.
If we could please, so then what do you do with this information that Matt had given you about the enterprise?
Nothing really. I understood that having an out-of-state driver's license, I could not rent a car with a debit card. It needed to be a major credit card.
Okay. Let's go to page 12, please, of Exhibit 10. What does your mom say to you about that concept?
Wait until tomorrow to tell him.
What's your response?
Duh.
Okay. And what's her next comment that she makes?
Don't let him tell the kids. He will see them soon.
And your response?
LMFAO.
What is that an acronym for?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
We could please show published Exhibit 8. Did you tell Matt on the 11th that you weren't going to be able to rent their car?
I did not tell him on the 11th that I could not rent the car. I told him on the 12th that I was not able to rent the car.
Right. You kept this idea going through the next morning, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, on state 8, can you please scroll up? Okay, is that your, on the right, is that your last message to him on the 11th?
It seems to be yes.
Okay, what time is that?
10:16 p.m.
On the 11th of July?
Yes.
Okay, and then scroll down. This appeared to be your first message to him the morning of the 12th?
Yes.
And what do you say to him?
Good morning, getting up and getting moving. Excited for today.
And what's his response?
I am over the moon. Can't wait to hug and kiss you all.
Okay. You're continuing this idea. Is it fair to say that you're continuing this idea that you're going home today
Yes.
and that you're going to rent the car and you'll be driving home?
Yes.
We can go back to published Exhibit 10, please, page 20. This is back to your conversation with your mom.
Yes.
Scroll down to the next one, please. Okay, so about the same time that Matt and you were texting, what time is this text message between you and your mom?
7:54 in the morning on the 12th.
And what did she say to you?
Darn that rental place for not taking a debit card.
Okay, and the next one, what's your response to her?
I have to be more upset.
And then if we could go to the page, bottom of page 21. Actually, sorry, go to the next two messages, please. Okay, skip this one, but then read that second one.
It might help your story if you say you were there and they said no.
Okay, do you do that?
Yes, I drove over to the rental car place and I walked in, I said, can I rent a car with a debit card and an out-of-state license, out-of-state driver's license? The lady told me no, and I said, okay, and I walked out.
Did you tell her you already had a reservation?
No, I did not.
So you go, well, let me ask you, have you previously heard an audio from the morning of the 12th of you at the home asking someone to watch your children?
Yes, I recall that.
At this time, the state would ask to admit State's Exhibit 11.
Any objection? Thank you, so admitted.
State would move to publish State's 11.
I need to open this for 5 minutes because I just broke a rental car place to make my story plausible that I need to go over there and they need to turn me away and say, no, we cannot rent you this car because your driver's license is out of state. Thank you.
Who are you talking to?
I'm sorry, like Kevin.
Yeah, and did you ask him to watch your children while you went to the rental car agency?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 12. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
It appeared to be your call log from the 13th and before.
Yes, it does.
Okay, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 12.
Any objections? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You know, Mr. Facemeyer and I approach.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break now. We're at the section of the testimony where there's going to be some extensive phone calls for you to listen to. We think it'd be better to have lunch, get out and move around a little bit, and come back and listen to those this afternoon. We want to start at 1:30 sharp, so be back to security enough to it that you can come up and be brought into the jury chambers before 1:30. If you're not familiar with the area, there are a lot of fast food places north and northeast, just off through here, or you can head south, but there's construction for the bridge over there to take overpass there. It gets a little harder to get down there. You can also go east on Main Street, historic Main Street, and there's a whole bunch of restaurants there. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Mr. Brown, Mr. Watabe, Ms. Pomeroy, anything we need to put on the record before we take our lunch break?
Not from the state.
Mr. Facemeyer? No. All right, you're welcome to leave all your stuff in here. It will be locked up. Mr. Brown, excuse me, on behalf of Ms. Restelli, anything you need to put on the record? All right, thank you. All right, we'll be in recess. We'll open the the door about 1:15, so council can come in and start getting situated, and I'll see everybody at 1:30. Thank you. We're in recess.
Judge Roger Griffin presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let's go back on the record in the matter of State versus Grist, case number 241101170. I understand the entire jury is back. Before we bring them out, is there anything the state needs to put on the record, Mr. Brown?
No, not on the record, although I don't see Mike Brown in the courtroom yet.
Oh, nothing for Mr. Facebar. Mr. Watabe, would you step out in the hallway and see if Mr. Mike Brown is out? Maybe we can bring him in. We'll need him before I can bring the jury back. Mr. Pomeroy, you didn't see Mr. Mike Brown out there, did you?
I did.
Would you ask him to come in? We're ready to go.
I will.
Thank you.
Here he is. Look how good I am.
It's almost like Watabe follows instructions.
Not often. That's why I sent out Mr. Pomeroy. Mr. Brown, is there anything you wish to put on the record before we bring the jury back? You're welcome to sit up front if you'd like.
Can I sit next to you?
Absolutely. I've got plenty of space.
Oh, I'm good. I'll hang out back here.
All right. Let's bring the jury back. You could even use my gavel, Mr. Brown, if you'd like. You know. Sir, can you take off your hat? We are in court.
All right, for the jury.
So I just did 12 before. We do 13 to 18 as a batch.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you had a good lunch. Thank you for being back on time. We were all a little bit early, so there's nothing wrong with starting 2 or 3 minutes early. Ms. Restelli, I'm going to remind you that you're still under oath from your oath from this morning. Mr. Brown, I'll turn the time back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we please publish State's Exhibit 12, which was admitted just prior to the break? And if we can please go to page 6. Just prior to ending, Kate, we admitted your phone records from the 12th and the 13th. Over the course of the 12th, while Matt was traveling out here, did you have several phone calls with him?
I did.
Do you remember recording those calls?
I do.
And you remember hearing those on a previous occasion?
I do.
Do those calls appear to be an accurate reflection of what was discussed between the two of you in those phone calls?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit as a batch states 13 through 18. I'm not publishing them quite yet, but I'm moving to admit them.
Any objections so far, Mr. Facemeyer? Thank you. States exhibits 13 through 18 are admitted as a batch that will be published later.
I want to draw your attention to, so when we ended, you had told Matt that you couldn't rent the car, right?
Correct.
What was his response to you?
He was frustrated with me.
Okay. What did he, and did you end up having a phone call with him about alternate plans about what to do?
I did.
This time the state would, if I could show, if you could please, line 48. What time do you reach out to Matt?
8:55 a.m.
Okay. We could go ahead and publish states exhibit 13, please.
Exhibit 13 is published.
I'm at a loss right now, Matt.
Okay, just chill out.
They won't rent me the car.
Okay, we'll have your mom rent it.
She doesn't have money on her credit card.
Okay, so what do you gotta do? Can you rent it through Tim or somebody else? Anybody?
Nobody has credit cards with that money on it.
How much money more do you need?
I can't do it with my debit card because I have an out-of-state license.
Okay, so what do you need me to do? Like, what are you thinking?
I don't know.
Okay, just chill out. Do you need to put money in a different? Can your mom call her credit card and extend it?
No, they need money.
So, do you need me to put more money in your account?
No, because they won't rent it to me because I have a debit card and an out-of-state license plate or an out-of-state driver's license. If I had an in-state driver's license and a debit card, they would do it. Like, they don't even care that I have a good driving record. They don't care that, like, I just rented with them 3 weeks ago.
Okay, but that obviously that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So, who are you down there with right now? You're with Timmy?
No, I came back home to assess it.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm not going to sit down there at the Enterprise place as I'm like trying to figure out what to do. It's only 5 minutes away. I can go back down there. It's no problem.
Okay. Well, just take a deep breath, obviously. So,
Yeah.
does Tim or Angie have a credit card?
No. I don't know.
So, how can you rent a car with them yourself?
I don't know.
So, if your mom had money, like, how could she have money? How could she have money?
It's like $1,000. Well, she's had a hard week this week because the water kept being turned off. So she didn't make as much money as she would normally.
I know, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just
I know you're not giving me a hard time. I'm explaining stuff to you as best as I can.
So, do you need to move that money from your account, take it out, and put it into her account?
I don't know if that would work.
In the account?
Huh?
You need me to go at 9 o'clock and put more money in your account, and then send it all over to your mom's account, and just rent the car in her name?
No, because then I can't drive it.
Well, she leaves with it. See, she leaves with
But
it.
if there's any problem on the way home, I'm fucked. If there's any sort of hiccup on the way home, I'm fucked.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to deal with what we're trying to
I understand that. I don't want to be fucked on the way home and being like, oh, well, where's Tracey? I was like, well, she's not here.
Like, you mean when you get all the way down here kind of thing?
Huh?
Like when you return the car kind of thing?
Yeah, that would, yeah, she would have to return that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because she would have to return the car. Wow.
I don't think our 250 should be driving up that far.
Really?
Well, I mean, I guess I could. I don't have a trip permit though, so if I get pulled over right now, I mean, I guess I could call Robert and try to borrow the trip permit.
Well, how much is registration? Can you get it registered?
I'm just like, it's just a starter right now because I have to pay our gallons bill in like 5 days, 6 days. So like I'm just trying to juggle this at the same time I'm trying to juggle the I just think it's pushing.
Well, then it just sounds like we don't have money right now. We just gotta wait a little bit more until we have more money.
I have like another I can go return the starter. Like I bought another starter, but I have like $600 more, and I have no money after that until.
Well, no, because we need the gas card to stay on for the drive home.
It will stay on. I don't. I still have to stay on. Right now, it's 12. So I have to pay it like. I just don't think it's a great idea for me to drive the 250 that far. Like I have nobody to watch the place either. Like.
But it would only be a solid day of you being gone. I don't know. I feel like we just need to make it a better plan. I feel like we need to do a little bit more research.
I did all of that. That's sad because I called and asked her all these questions.
I know. And I was ready. And they said, oh, a debit card and an out-of-state license? No. That doesn't work.
That's what I asked her.
Well, she obviously doesn't know.
And then this the policy, she can't fudge anything.
Right, because it's a fucking $50,000 car. I know. I feel the same way.
Katie, I have tunnels laid in the truck just so that I can lay underneath the truck and hit the starter with a hammer. Like, and it has a little oil leak. I mean, like, I'm like, even working for Robert, like, I'm sitting there terrified that I'm going to break down the intersection still. Like, towing trailers and just trying to get this done. Stress is killing me right now. But it's not really about me right now. I'm just saying it's just harsh, you know?
I get it.
Tools in the back, I got straps, like I've just been like busting my ass. I have the truck parked in the shop area because if it doesn't start, I have to hit the starter and I'm laid on the concrete.
Matt, I did what I could today.
I mean, look, Jack let me borrow her car to go get you.
That's a big ask.
I could pay her. Do you know anyone that would let me borrow their car? Like safely? Like I'm not on drugs or anything.
What about your mom?
It just sucks that I have to go all the way to fucking Orange County to go get it. No? But yeah, I would actually ask them probably to drive out here and drop it off with me.
Right.
I would rather like ask someone in the neighborhood here.
You can't just roll the dice with the truck. It's that fucking sketchy.
I could call. Just the thing is, here's what's going on. If I call Robert and ask for the moving permit, I'm just saying like he's gonna find out soon that I got the Ortiz deal. And he might not be very happy, but it's still my customer first, and I'm trying to avoid too much involvement, like too much desperation with the neighbor right across the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sick to my stomach.
Well, I mean, we have insurance. I wouldn't even, if I did that, I would basically drive straight there, and I wouldn't even turn the fucking truck off the whole damn drive. The truck would be on for 20 hours. So.
Hang on. Hang on. What happened? What happened? Cheyenne, what happened?
He was being.
What happened?
He was being annoying, and I just lost all my patience.
Well, then you need to walk. You're throwing his phone?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You're not gonna yell at me though.
Shia
Do
LaBeouf.
not throw the phone because
No!
do not throw the phone because I will take away your iPad for the day. Do not give me a grumpy face. No, I am trying to figure stuff out today. Please don't do this. Be kind. Be kind. I don't know. I think it was also, no, it was the water being turned off that really threw the wrench in the gears.
Call Robert. I don't have any other choice. I really wish I could ask for, like, I wish I could just drive a damn highlighter the whole. You know, but like you said, it's kind of annoying to ask all that. I'm just driving.
It's a big ask.
Let me call you back in a minute, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Please publish states 12.
Which one?
12.
Exhibit 12 is published.
The $600 that he gave you, you could have put it towards your mom's credit card, right?
The credit card was not the issue.
But you could, so you could have rented the car with the credit card.
I could have, yes.
Okay. Immediately after getting off the phone with Matt, that call we just heard was at 8:55, so number 48 lasted 10 minutes. Immediately after getting off the phone with him, who do you try and call? At 9:05.
It's like my mom. I call my mom at 9:05.
And then you don't reach her though, right? It doesn't look like it.
Yes.
And then you talk to Matt again, correct?
Yes.
State moves to publish states 14. Phone call from 9:07.
Any objection?
No, you're. Thank you.
Okay.
You don't owe me a profit game. I don't have YouTube.
Steele, stop.
Mommy,
Like
I
they-
don't have YouTube.
Stop.
YouTube. You.
Well, go watch YouTube. Why are you yelling at me? Sorry, I was taking out my earbud and he's just like screaming, running around like a fucking crazy person. I don't have YouTube. I don't have YouTube. Like, you kidding me? Like, can you tell I'm under a lot of stress right now? Like, what the fuck?
I think we could ship a car back to.
That's so expensive.
It's not as bad as you think. Just trying to think of, I can call Power Freight Trucking and see what it'll cost to have one of the cars you just transported back.
I'm not borrowing their cars. Jacob uses the car every day. Rory uses her car every day. And my mom uses her car every day. And Kevin's car cannot make it to California.
Okay.
So these cars are not options out here. I know, it's frustrating.
Frustrating is if Robert just answered his phone and said yes, that would be the plan, and I would just be going with that right now, and I wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Okay, well,
But now I texted him what my intentions are, so a lot of times when I text him intentions,
right, he reads it and then gets back to you.
he gets all distant. He either steps up or he gets all distant, like just doesn't like my bars, trap loader, to like do some mowing.
Uh-huh.
But he's calling her and didn't answer.
Okay, bye.
What does Matt say there at the end? Who's calling him?
Robert.
And who is Robert again in this situation?
Robert is our neighbor.
And is that who you're trying to borrow the truck permit from?
Yes.
Okay. So there, it's fair to say, you say borrowing anyone's cars here, not an option.
Correct.
Okay. You can please publish states 15.
Objection? Thank you.
And actually, before you publish that, when's the next? So that was a call between you and Matt at 9:08 p.m. If you could please go to the next page, to page 5.
9:08 a.m.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. 9:08 a.m. Sorry, no other directions. There you go. When's the next call you have with Matt?
At 9:15.
Okay, go to please publish, states 15.
Hey,
Hey, what?
what's going on with you?
I'm gonna go get the trip permit from Robert right now.
Okay, you gonna drive out today?
I don't have a choice.
What do you mean you don't have a choice? Okay. Well, I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready.
What's that?
I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready.
I'm rested enough, but I gotta get the dogs like fully fed and left. Okay, and I don't plan on turning the truck off. Should I even get the starter on the way out? Should I replace my starter and then go?
Probably.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to town then and get the starter and then come back and work on the truck and then get the dogs ready. It's gonna be a long fucking day.
You know.
So, okay.
I know. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I gotta get going though for a while. Okay.
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 Okay. Sounds good.
I'll call you in a little bit. I'm gonna call you in like an hour. You gotta let me do something.
Okay.
I gotta go return a starter, and I can't drive out there without a starter that works.
Okay.
So I gotta swap the starter. So I have to go to town. I gotta go to Roberts, go to town, put the starter on, feed the dogs, get ready to go, eat. And I don't know how the truck's gotta be kind of dirty. Like you're not gonna shit talk like tools in there and fucking shit on the bed. Like,
No.
are you?
Mommy, I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll feed you.
I
Give me.
gotta go. I'll call you in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, bye.
So 9:15 phone call, you find out he's driving out.
Yes.
Is your voice like falter in that phone call?
It does. I realize what I'm doing.
And just so we're clear, what was it? What did you realize you were doing?
Planning his murder. Setting him up for failure.
Conflicted about that?
I'm sorry.
Were you a little conflicted about that?
I was.
We could please publish states 10. That call with Matt was at 9:15, lasted for about 1:45. And then 10, page 22.
You said 10?
Yes. Go to page 22, please. Scroll down. This is the text thread between you and your mother. At 9:17 a.m., what do you tell her?
He's going to drive out.
And what is her response to you?
I'll call you.
We could please go back to states 12, page 5. Do you in fact talk to your mom that morning?
I do.
I'm going to point out line 42. What time is that phone call and who is it with?
11:39 with my mom for 5 minutes and 22 seconds.
Do you remember what you talked about during that phone call?
Just talked about her coming home early to be able to get things ready.
Did you talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember, just plans about the day and how she's going to cancel her appointments and head home.
Did you talk about any roles that you would play moving forward with Matt?
I don't know if that was on the call, but I know that I discussed with her that I would keep him calm and keep him coming out and just play the good wife.
Okay. And is that what you did in the remaining phone calls with Matt?
I believe so, yes.
We could scroll up a little bit on this call log. When's the next phone call that you have with Matt?
At 11:50.
You try and
The
call
one
him?
that he answered.
Mhm.
So at 11:55, I talked to him for 11 minutes.
Okay. We're only going to publish the first 3 minutes of that. If you could please publish date 16.
Any objection?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Cool, just past Butterfield. I'm leaving here. Getting on the freeway in about 5 minutes.
Cool.
So, got peaceful food.
Awesome.
Dogs. Right when I went to leave, there was like a tweaker car in front, so I had to like ask them if they needed help, and then they said they're letting their fans cool down, and then they took off.
Okay.
So I was like, shit, I have to wait for their tow truck to get them out of here? Fuck. Because I would have canceled if they were out in front for right now. So, it's all good though.
Yeah.
But I think when I get there, I don't think I want to turn the truck off.
Okay.
So I just want to get the car seats in, load up, and just kind of take off. Is that going to be doable?
Yeah, you'll be here late.
Yeah, I know.
So.
And then you'll take off, and then you'll take over driving.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then I'll take over after that, and then we'll get home.
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah. So if you're not turning off the truck,
No, I could. It doesn't matter.
okay.
I got a new starter, and it should be fine.
Okay.
And it's under warranty if it's
Mommy,
not. So.
I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll make you a sandwich just a minute. Let me talk. Do you want to say hi to Daddy?
No.
Oh. Are you sure?
No.
He's on the phone. You can just say hi, Daddy.
Why did you get? Oh, hi, baby. Why'd you want me to turn off the truck?
No, I was just the parking situation, that's all, because you have the parking spots that are by the clubhouse, but you can't, there's no street parking. So if you're in the street, you're in the street.
Yeah, so how do we get loaded up?
Well, just
I'm
park.
I'm 97%, so
Okay, well,
I'll
just,
probably turn my phone off when I get by Vegas to conserve some energy, you know?
okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, probably just pull right up in front of the house, you know?
Yeah, and then we'll just load up. How long is it gonna take? Like 15 minutes to load up?
Yeah, not long at all.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you. I just don't
No.
want to risk the truck. That's all, you know?
No, I get it.
Yeah.
You gonna come inside? Are you gonna come inside and help me load up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The front door is always unlocked, okay?
Okay. Well, I'll turn my nav on when I get all the way out there because I gotta pass Provo, right?
Yeah.
What's the nearest town like before it's just so I can turn my phone on?
When you get to Provo, you should probably have your phone on.
In there, you ask if he's going to turn the truck off and ask if he's going to come inside.
Correct.
Why did you ask him that?
So you could come inside so my brother could shoot him.
Why did you tell him that the door was unlocked?
So he would just come in.
After, if we could publish states 12 again, please. Page 4. Line 29. Is it fair to say that you had a variety of phone calls with your siblings and your mother after that call with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, line 29, who are you speaking to and what time is it?
Talking to Rachel, and it's 12:48 in the afternoon.
And how long do you speak for?
About 20 minutes.
Okay, if we go to line 28, please. Okay. Who are you talking to on line 28?
My mom.
Okay, what time's that?
12:58 for 7 minutes, almost 8.
Do you remember having a group call with your mom and Rachel Jorgensen at that time?
I don't remember it being a group call, but it's absolutely plausible.
Remember what was discussed with Rachel?
I believe if it was anything, it was having Rory go out to Rachel's house for the evening. But I don't know if I was actually on that call.
Did you tell her why Rory should go to her house in Ogden?
No. No.
Okay, so that call with your mom, if it was 7 minutes long or roughly 8 minutes long at 12:58, would have ended shortly after 1 o'clock. Is that fair? At 1:05?
Yes.
Okay. We could please publish states 10 again. Page 23. Scroll down. Yes, pause right there. 11:45 a.m. What is that from your mom?
I believe that's a screenshot of Matt's location.
Okay, let's scroll down to the next one. What time is that text message?
2:07 p.m. And it's from my mom. And she said, I'm meeting Kevin for sushi.
What did that mean to you?
That they were going to meet for sushi. I know what they talked about. I don't know what they talked about, but I know what that sushi meeting was for.
What was your understanding of what that sushi meeting was for?
They were going to talk details about how the night was going to go.
And again, to be clear, when you say how the night was going to go,
Planning Matt's murder.
Well, your mom, she sends that message to you at 2:07, right?
Yeah.
And then if we could please jump to of this same exhibit. Page 26. Scroll down. Right there from your mom. What did she say to you at 2:19?
She says, hey there, please let Matt know that he's welcome to spend the night if he's too tired after driving all day. I promise I'll stay away and I will be as sweet as candy.
Scroll down, please. And what's your response?
Okay.
And then her next text message.
Or else if you guys want, I can give you $100 or so towards a hotel so you can stop if you need to.
Okay, and the next, your response to that?
Okay, I'll tell him.
Please continue to the next page. Read that one from your mom, please, at 2:20.
I'm not trying to get in your business at all. I just want him to know that if he needs to rest, he can rest at the house, or we can get a hotel room for you guys, or maybe you could just start driving to go back because you will not have driven all day the way he did.
Okay, and then
Even a hotel room in St. George might be okay.
and then your response. Go ahead and read that one. Go ahead and read that one for your mom too, and then we'll read your response.
$200 for a hotel room I can handle, as opposed to the rental car on the way back.
Okay, and then the next, your response to him,
Okay, on the phone with him now.
and finally her response to you. I don't know. What was your understanding of these messages? Well, sorry, let me back up. Did you relay those messages to Matt?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, what was the purpose of relaying those messages to Matt?
To make him feel that there were many options and that he wasn't stuck with one option, wasn't stuck driving home, wasn't stuck staying at my mom's house. There were options
To be
to
clear,
keep driving.
at 2:20 p.m., were you going home?
No.
State moves to publish. Sorry, actually, let's go back to Exhibit 12, please. So those text messages with your mom were at 2:20 p.m. Would you please read line 25, who you talked to and what time it was?
I talked to Matt at 2:20 for 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
Line 25. Okay. So they would move to publish that 2:20 call.
Any objection? What exhibit number is that?
That's number 17, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any objection, Mr. Facemeyer? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just the first minute 30.
going?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. What's going on?
I just called to see how your drive is going.
I'm just passing that abandoned water park.
Oh, fun, cool.
Yeah, I just like ran out looking at it.
Yeah, my mom said if you're too tired, when you get here, that you can always sleep here. She said she'll keep her distance. She'll actually be asleep.
Oh my gosh, I'm just not gonna talk. That's all.
Okay, or if we want, we can get a hotel. She said she'll give us $100 towards it.
No, it's not like that. I just wanna see my baby, see you. I brought my pillow and everything else.
Right.
So I'm really worried about it. So what do you want to do?
I want you to be comfortable.
I will be. I just become
Okay.
once I have my family.
Okay, well, good.
All I
Okay,
want.
awesome.
Yeah. So cool. I'll just keep
Awesome.
trucking along here.
Okay. This call would have happened around 2:20 in the afternoon
Yes.
while Kevin and your mother were at sushi, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when they got home from sushi?
Probably about an hour later.
Did you have any conversations with them when they got home from sushi?
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
Out on the lawn.
I'm sorry?
Out on the lawn.
Okay, and what do you remember about that conversation?
Just finalizing details about how the night was going to go. I don't know if Kevin was on the lawn. I can't remember everything. I'm pretty sure he was out there, and it was just discussed that Matt was going to be there shortly at 10 o'clock, and that where I was going to be upstairs. Kevin was going to be downstairs watching a movie, but not really watching a movie. And my mom was going to be wherever she was going to be.
Did Kevin say anything in that conversation that you recall?
Not much.
Who did most of the talking?
My mother.
You mentioned earlier when I asked you if you'd ever talked to Kevin and your mom about this, you said yes, a few days before or maybe the day of. You remember that, your testimony earlier today?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the conversation that you were referring to?
It's one of the conversations. I know that when I found out Matt was coming out, I went into Kevin's room. I almost sent him a text message, and I was like, no, I'm not going to send him a text message. But I knocked on his door and I said, Matt's coming out. And I was very tearful, and he knew what I meant, and he knew what was going to happen. I guess that's more hearsay, but he knew.
You told him
Yeah.
that Matt was coming out.
Yes.
And that would have been the morning of the 12th?
Yes.
If we go back to Exhibit 12, please. Phone log. Go to top of page 2, please. You have more phone calls with Matt as he's driving out over the next several hours, correct?
Yes, I do.
And would you please identify line 10, who you called and what time that call was at?
I called Matt. It was at line 10. It's an incoming call at 8:13. And we just spoke for about 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 18, please, which was previously admitted. Sorry, seek to publish.
Mr. Face, any objection to 18? No objection.
Oh, me.
I want to.
Hi,
Daddy.
So I put some cardboard in there where I put some cardboard.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
How long is it going to take to get loaded?
Not long.
Should I just leave it running?
That's fine.
One. There's an apple on your iPad. Means that's an Apple
Okay.
iPad. This is an Apple iPad.
Yeah.
Huh? Means it's an iPad.
Okay, you can talk to Daddy?
With an Apple.
All right.
Hi, Daddy.
Okay.
I don't want this leave it running the whole time, just so I don't have to risk it not starting out here.
That's fine.
So, is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah. You're gonna come in though, right?
Yeah, but I just want to make it like easy. I don't want to like hang on.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be easy. No, it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, so, but it's like the typical drifts, like, because I kind of ran this truck.
Mom,
Okay.
I want to watch my iPad with YouTube on.
Okay.
I want to watch my iPad with YouTube.
Okay, still stop, please. I tried to keep him up as long as possible so he would sleep.
I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep.
That sounds about right. So.
Can I
Cool.
stay up for a little bit?
All right, sounds good.
More? Can I
Okay,
stay
bye.
up a little bit more, please?
No,
Yeah.
no, we're not doing that.
Okay, so at 8:13, you again ask him to come inside, right?
Yes, I do.
After this phone call, what do you do?
Hey, I get my kids ready for bed. I believe I put them in the bath, and I believe I gave them a melatonin gummy to help them go to sleep, to stay asleep. And I believe I went downstairs probably an hour later and saw what everybody was doing downstairs, like my mom and Kevin. I think Kevin was on the couch, just on his laptop, the way he normally would be. And then my mom was just picking up and cleaning up.
Okay. When you say your mom was picking up and cleaning up, what do you mean?
I think she may have just been finishing up dishes. We had gotten the house ready prior to that.
Okay. So when you say you got the house ready prior, what do you mean?
We removed the screen off of the front door to make it easier for Matt to come in and not be so deterred. We moved the kids' toys from the front room into the garage. So he didn't realize that we had no intentions of leaving and or making a mess on them with blood spatter. And then my mom covered her couches with blankets to prevent blood spatter.
And did you watch her make these preparations?
I did.
Did Kevin help, or was it mostly your mom?
It was me and my mom.
I'm going to show just the witness, States Exhibit 19. You recognize that photo?
I do.
Does it appear to be an accurate representation of what the house normally looked like?
It does.
It would move to admit States Exhibit 19.
Any objection? Thank you.
Move to publish.
Objection.
Okay. We're going to talk through that. The toys on the right, what are those in front of?
Those are in front of the fireplace.
Okay, and what did you and your mom do with those toys?
We moved them into the garage. Into the garage or into the office. I can't remember exactly where we moved.
Okay. And you referenced a screen. Is that, can you point that out on the picture?
So if you see the line on the front door, it's one of those magnetic screens that clicks together when you walk, after you walk through it. It's Velcroed on, and we removed it from the Velcro.
Okay. And which couch, or was it all couch? What did she do with, you said something about a blanket on a couch.
Right as you walk in that first couch, there was a blanket draped over that one. I don't know, I can't remember if there were, I believe there was 2 blankets, one on each couch. But just to prevent her couches from getting dirty.
Okay. Take that down and just show the witness States Exhibit 20, please. Okay, does that picture accurately reflect what it looked like the night of?
Yes.
Statement moves to admit Exhibit 20.
Any objection?
No, you're right.
Permission to publish, please.
Heard.
Okay, does this reflect that same view, minus the front door being closed, of the home the night that Matt was shot?
Yes, and the office door is also closed.
And so that's a difference as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that the blanket you were referring to on that couch on the left?
Yes.
And then the toys are gone.
Yes.
Whose sandal is that in the front?
That's Matt's sandal.
Can we even take that down? Okay, you said after that 8:13 phone call that you bathed the kids, gave them a melatonin, put them to bed, and then went back downstairs.
Yes.
Correct. We could please publish what was previously admitted as States 9. Go ahead and scroll down. Keep going. Okay. So just right around that phone call, at 8:13 phone call, Matt texts you, correct?
Yes.
Same content we heard in the phone call, put some cardboard down,
Yes.
right? Okay. You go to your response, the next page. Keep going.
Okay, I'll get some ready.
All right. And then what's your next message to him?
I sent him the gate code
At what time was that?
at 8:59,
And why did you send him the gate code?
so he could make his way into the gated community because my mother lives in a gated community.
Could you have gotten in without that gate code?
Yes, instantaneously, probably not. He would have to wait for another car to follow in.
And trail him in?
Yeah.
Okay. And then one more, go down one more page, please. And what's that a picture of?
That's a picture of the front of the house with the cardboard in front of it.
Okay. What time do you send him that?
9:05.
Thank you. Okay, we can pull that down. Okay, so now we're 9:05. You're back downstairs from putting the kids to bed after giving them a bath, roughly at 9 o'clock timeframe. Did you talk about anything with Kevin?
No, I did not. I don't believe so.
Did you see him?
I think he was on his laptop watching a movie.
Okay. What about your mom? Did you talk to your mom anymore?
I spoke with her before that, when we were getting things ready.
Objection, non-responsive.
She's answering. She said I spoke to her when we were getting things ready.
The question was, Your Honor, was after she laid the cardboard, you had a conversation.
That's really a yes or no, and then a follow-up is what would be. So let's go that direction. I think I sustain the objection.
After the cardboard was laid, did you talk to your mom anymore?
Yes, but I don't recall what it was about.
Okay. And did you, what steps did you take next between then and 10 o'clock?
I was just upstairs, just scrolling on my phone.
What did you observe next?
At 10 o'clock when he pulled up.
Whatever you remember next.
At 10 o'clock when he pulled up. And then I just remember I'm 99% sure that he rang the bell. Nobody answered the door. Sorry. He came inside. I don't know what happened. And then I heard the gunshots. I heard Matt say, ow, ow. And then I heard my mom and my brother talking about putting the knife in his hand. Kevin telling my mom to be careful because he could still be alive. I remember my mom coming upstairs and she said, don't come downstairs. I said, is he gone? She said, yes. I said, you need to call 911. That's when she went downstairs and called 911.
What do you remember next?
I was sitting upstairs. The cops came in probably about 1 to 2 minutes later after my mom went downstairs. It was really fast. They escorted my mom and my brother out. And then they called up to me to make myself known. I made myself known and I said, my kids are upstairs sleeping. I came around the corner to the stairs and I saw it. And I saw Matt at the bottom of the stairs and I was escorted out.
Did you see Matt's body at the bottom of the stairs?
I did.
I'm sorry, you said you did.
I did, yes.
Did you observe a knife in his hand?
I believe there was a knife in his hand. I don't know if the cops had taken it out at that point. That moment was very traumatizing. I remember when I saw him, I wanted to fall to the ground screaming, but I knew that if I did that, I ran the risk of being shot myself because the officers don't know what they're going into. They don't know who's armed. And so I just had to walk out.
And from there, you interviewed with law enforcement, right?
I did.
What you're telling us today, is that what you told law enforcement?
No, it's not.
Had you had a conversation with your mom or Kevin? Well, let me do it one at a time. Had you had a conversation with your mom about what you'd tell police?
Yes.
And what were you supposed to tell police?
That Matt had arrived later than he had actually gotten there, that he came in angry, that he was just aggravated and mad when he came, and that he was mad on the phone.
Was Matt mad on the phone?
Not entirely. There was an instance where he was, I don't remember the restaurant, but he said that he was getting irritated at one of the workers, that they were being rude to another customer.
But not mad at you?
Not mad at me, no.
Did you hear an argument downstairs before the gunshots?
No, I did not.
Did you hear any exchange before the gunshots?
No, I did not.
Based on the layout of the house, would you expect to have heard conversation if it had occurred?
Yes, I was sitting up right on the top of the stairs, like on that on a landing. So I did hear everything, and I did not hear an argument.
Or any conversation at all?
I did hear the conversation of them putting the knife in his hand.
Okay, sorry, before the shooting.
No, I did not hear any conversation or argument.
Do you know, you said you had a conversation with your mom previously about shooting Matt and putting a knife in his hand, correct?
Yes, I did.
Prior to the day of it happening.
Yes, I did.
And I believe your testimony was that it would occur usually on the lawn.
Yeah, on the lawn. There was other conversations that were had inside the house where she showed me the knife that she had, that she wanted to put in his hand.
Tell me about that.
That knife was, she got that knife from Amy's house. It was her husband's, Amy's husband's knife that he'd gotten from, I'm not 100% sure where, but it was his knife. He was deceased at the time, so she had taken it. I believe she had gotten it on one of the trips that she came out. I think it was either in April or May.
Okay. And when you say you came out to Amy's house?
My mother went out to Amy's house. I did go to Amy's house. I never saw the knife at Amy's house. The only time I ever saw the knife was at my mom's house.
Does Amy also live in California?
Amy is deceased, and
Did live in California.
she did live in California. She lived in Ramona.
Where did that conversation about the knife occur?
In the doorway to the laundry room.
If we could show the witness states exhibit 21, please.
Any objection?
Is that the laundry room that we're talking about?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of what it looked like?
Yes.
They would move to admit exhibit 21
There's been no objections.
and move to publish, please. Yeah, is this the laundry room where you had that conversation?
Yes, in the doorway.
This is the laundry room where your mom showed you the knife?
Yes.
Could you please describe where it was?
She had it on top of the dryer, which is the appliance on the right, in that darker wicker basket.
Was there anything else of note about having it in the wicker basket?
It was wrapped in a glove.
And what if anything else did she say to you in that conversation?
She said that she had wiped it down and that she was going to put it in Matt's hand after he was shot.
Do you remember when this conversation was in relation to the day of the shooting?
2 or 3 days prior.
We can take that down and please show the witness states 22. You recognize that?
I do.
Is that an accurate representation of the knife you were shown?
Yes.
Say move to admit exhibit 22
Any objection?
and move to publish. Is that the knife that you were shown?
Yes, it was.
Okay, go ahead and take that down. After the shooting, did you go to the police station?
I did.
Did you provide an interview to the police?
I did.
Did you tell them the truth?
No, I did not.
Was your phone seized from you at that time?
It was.
But then were you released, allowed to leave?
Yes, it was.
Did you and your mom talk about what happened after that?
Not at first, but as the day progressed, yeah, we did.
What did she say?
She told me to stick to the story of self-defense, to not tell anybody anything.
After losing your phone, did you have to get a Google Voice number?
I've had a Google Voice number, so I did have that number. I did get another phone from Walmart.
But did you start using the Google Voice number?
I did. Oh, on the iPad, yes.
Okay, so we move to, or if we could show the witness exhibit 23, please.
You said 23?
Yes. You recognize that?
I do.
There appear to be an accurate conversation between you and your mother the day after from your Google Voice number.
It does.
Okay, permission or move to admit, states 23.
Any objection? No, Thank you, so admitted.
And publish, please. That second line at 7:13, sorry, 6 p.m. on 7:13. Would you please read that message from Tracey?
Do not talk with Diane about anything that happened. It can be used against Kevin, so don't tell what happened.
And the next one, please.
Just say it was a blur, or you don't want to talk about it right then or whenever.
Thank you. We can pull that down. When did the plan, in your mind, change from divorce to murder?
I think about a week after I'd been out there. A week after being out in Utah.
Okay, so you started talking about it then?
Yes.
Were you still trying to pursue divorce?
I knew that divorce wasn't going to be, I felt that divorce wasn't going to be a good option for me if I wanted to stay in Utah, if I wanted to divorce him.
Okay, so when you said that you started talking with your mom about it a week and a half before the murder, so like early July, you had started thinking about it before then?
Yes.
Okay, by yourself or with somebody else?
With my mother.
Okay, tell me about that. What was that conversation like? What do you remember?
She had said it like a joke. Oh, we can get him to come out here and we could just murder him and kill him and make it look like self-defense. So it originally started more as a joke than it was a solid plan, but it was still talked about.
Okay, but when did it change from a joke to what you knew was happening?
About a week and a half beforehand, when I realized that a divorce with him would be messy and I would run the risk of losing my children.
Okay. Did you ever have any second thoughts about this?
Absolutely.
Before he was murdered?
Yes.
Did you ever express those thoughts?
I did.
When?
It was after my mom had come back from sushi with Kevin. I was standing at the top of the stairs. I looked her in the eyes and I said, Mom, I don't want to do this anymore. She looked me back in the eyes and said, I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. In that moment, I realized I should have done more to stop it. I should have done so much. But that's why I'm here, telling the truth, because I want no amount of justice will ever bring him back.
I want to circle back to your conversations with Kevin. You talked today about going in his room the morning of the 12th and saying he's going to drive out and being teary-eyed.
Yes.
And you talked about having a meeting with him and your mom after lunch, after the sushi lunch, right?
Yes.
Prior to those two, had you talked to him about this?
Just lightly in passing, like he was out on the lawn with us when we were talking about how it would go down and how it would be self-defense and that he would be there to protect me.
You engaged in well, through your attorney, a negotiation with the state, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that you didn't share that information with the state at the time?
No, I didn't remember everything. And I guess I was trying to protect Kevin more so and realizing that I can't protect Kevin. Okay. I want to tell 100% the truth.
Is there anything else?
Even if it gets me more time, that I wasn't 100% truthful. I want to be truthful now.
Okay. Is there anything else that you need?
Your Honor, I think I need to request for a foundation. I'm lost at time frame on what these answers are coming from.
I was getting a little confused too. Why don't you back it up and keep that in with this?
Okay. How far back? Just Kevin involvement?
Well, her questions from way before to way after, and now I don't know what time frame she's even referring to. I think the question was, may we? Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So when you said, when I had asked you, did you tell us this information about Kevin before? You said, no, I didn't remember.
Correct.
Okay. When did you not remember the aspects that involved Kevin?
Say that one more time.
Actually, a better way to ask it would be, when did you remember those aspects that involved Kevin?
Just after going to being in jail and sitting and just racking my brain on what happened.
You've referenced this before. You used to smoke a lot of marijuana.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Are you clean in jail or in
Yes,
prison?
I am.
Sorry,
Yes,
let me ask
I
that
am.
again. Are you clean in prison?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Has that helped your thinking?
I believe so. It's helped a lot.
1 second, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just one piece of cleanup, and then I'll pass the witness. You could please show the witness Exhibit 27. You recognize that?
I do.
Is that the family, the 250 that we heard reference to?
Yes, it is.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 27.
Any objection?
Okay. With that, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Facebar across.
Yes. If we could take a break, Your Honor.
All right, let's take about a 10, 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
All rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Nothing from the state on the record, am I correct?
Correct.
Looks like Mr. Facebar has stepped out. So let's just take about a 10, 15-minute recess. Thank you. We're in recess.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Facebar, the witness is yours.
on first. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Kathryn, my name is Dana Facemeyer, and we've never met before. Is that right?
Correct.
But I've always known you as Kate because everyone seems to call you Kate.
Correct.
Is it okay if I call you Kate?
Yes.
I'll do that. Kate, the very last question asked of you today by prosecution. Sorry, just getting my stuff together. It was about marijuana. I'll be honest, I did not think that would be the last question asked you. I was surprised. And you said you use marijuana, or you had used marijuana. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've now been incarcerated. You're wearing a prison uniform, correct?
Yes.
And so I assume you've been clean off controlled substances for some time.
Yes, I just received my 18-month chip.
18 months. That means you've been incarcerated 18 months.
Yes.
And congratulations. Being clean is being happy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Do you feel that you've had any disabling effects from your marijuana use?
I believe so.
What are some of those effects you've experienced?
I'm just not myself. I don't think clearly. You're almost in a, for lack of a better word, psychosis.
Yeah. You're aware of marijuana psychosis then, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, the National Institute of Drug Abuse refers to marijuana as being a substance, cannabinoid, as causing psychosis. You're aware of that?
Yes.
What other symptoms do you think have you experienced due to your marijuana use?
I'm not 100% sure.
Lack of memory?
Yes, lack of memory, slowed reaction.
And today, the problem we have with this case is we're asking for you to have great memory, aren't we?
Yeah, and I've never had great memory.
Yeah.
So.
And so that's hard. And it's not anyone's fault except really your own that you decided to be a chronic marijuana user. Is that right?
I would disagree. I've had a lot of childhood trauma, and I don't remember a lot of my childhood. And I did not start smoking marijuana until I was 17.
17. So this picture is right near you. I think this is Exhibit 1. Is that right?
Yeah.
This picture, Exhibit 1, is your family tree in a large sense. Is that right?
Yes.
And left out of this picture are is your father or other fathers, except for Matt. Is that right?
Correct.
But you did state in your testimony that you were visited in Temecula by Terlin and your father.
He was in the car with her.
Yeah.
At the time, I didn't really have a good relationship with him, so it was.
At the time, you did not?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was just more or less an in passing kind of thing.
Okay.
I didn't really have much of a conversation with him that day.
How old are you today?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 38.
38. And so you were first incarcerated when you're 36?
Yes, I believe so.
36?
October 29th of 2024.
So if I go 18 plus 18, that's 36, right?
Okay.
And so half of your year or half of your life has been being a chronic marijuana user. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
You also talked about that you had a trailer on your property in Temecula that was your smoking trailer, I guess. Was there a different name for it?
I called it my smoking camper because it was a little sliding camper that you put. It actually went in the back of, it fit in the back of the truck that we owned. So it was a little camper. It didn't have wheels.
But was this your place?
I shared it with my husband, but he had gotten it for me.
Yeah. And was he a marijuana smoker as well?
Yes, he was.
And was he a drinker as well?
Yes, he was.
Were you a drinker?
not as heavily as he was. I quit smoking. I quit drinking about, I want to say January of 2024.
Okay.
20, is that what it is? Yeah.
Okay. So with this marijuana use, the purpose of the marijuana use, I would imagine, would be to have, to get high, right? That's one purpose.
Yes.
And did you have any other purposes for your marijuana use?
I liked it to suppress my appetite, and I enjoyed the actual recreational of the smoking.
Yeah. And through 18 years of it, you and Matt joined in that marijuana partying kind of experience, or smoking kind of experience, right?
Correct.
And in California, there came a point in time where it was legal recreationally, right?
Yes, it's been legal recreationally for a long time in California.
Well, that's where it ended. It ended with marijuana. So I thought we'd at least talk about that, where it ended. So thank you.
Okay.
In your family tree here, we have Tara Lynn, whose name is Fisher, but that's not her last name, is it?
That's spelled incorrectly, but yes, that is her last name. Fischer.
But Tara Lynn's maiden name is what?
Ellis.
Ellis. And then there's Kevin Ellis.
Yes.
And then there's Kathryn. Are you an Ellis?
Yes, I am.
And then there's Tim Ellis, right?
Yes.
And all four of these kids are Tracey's children, right?
Correct. All 7 of those are her children.
I understand. But all 4 of them have from the Ellis line of family. Is that right?
Yes.
And then we have Rachel Jorgensen, but that's her married name, right?
Correct.
What's Rachel's last name?
Trujillo is her maiden name.
Okay. And then we have Jacob Trujillo, right?
Correct.
So that's a different father, Rachel and Jacob, for the other 4 children. Is that right?
Yes.
And then we have, I'm just going to call her Rory. Everyone else calls her Rory, and I used to live in Aurora, Illinois, but I'm going to call her Rory, if that's okay.
I call her Ari, but yes, call her Rory.
Okay. And Ari France.
Yes.
Is that a different father than the Trujillos?
Yes.
Okay. So we have mom, Tracey, my client, your mother, and she has three groups of children from 3 different men, right?
Correct.
So can I ask, how did Tracey end her relationship with Mr. Ellis?
I was 9, so I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure there was infidelity.
Did she kill him?
No.
Did she divorce him?
She did.
And where did that divorce take place?
California.
California. And then we have Mr. Trujillo, right?
Yes.
And how did Tracey end the Trujillo relationship?
How was it?
How did it end?
It ended in a divorce.
In divorce. And then the Franz, how did the Franz relationship end?
In a divorce.
Now, where did the Ellis divorce take place? Do you know? Did it take place in Utah?
No, it took, I believe the only divorce that took place in Utah was the one that she had to Bruce Grist, the last name that she carries now. And that one took place in Utah. Every other one took place in California.
So all of these children portions took place in California.
Correct.
Okay. And it turned out okay, didn't it?
Sure.
I mean, the kids were with mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And,
yes.
And you had a life with 7? 1, 2, 3, 7. I mean, you were one of 7, right? And it was okay, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was okay.
And the life didn't come to an end because your mom got a divorce in California.
Correct.
And it didn't come to an end after the second divorce in California.
Correct.
In fact, you saw your mom doing some pretty good things during your life. And I don't mean things like creating Google or Apple.com, but she did some pretty good things while living in the Temecula area as a divorced woman. Is that right?
Sure.
She had a job?
I believe it was all under the table, and what she did for a job is up for question.
She had a job? Do you remember that question? That's a yes or no.
No, I don't remember her having a real job.
So she never worked, to your understanding, during the time that she had the kids, the 7 kids.
Yes, she worked.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't a trick question. I was just trying to give you a question. And I guess the question is, and this whole question that everybody in this case is asking is, why was it necessary to go from I can't get a divorce and I'm going to lose my kids when you have a prime example right here, of someone who got a divorce and didn't lose their kids and didn't kill anyone to get it to happen? So why do you think the reason is that you chose to be a murderer?
I don't think that's a fair question. It was planned by my mother.
I see. Do you remember when you were arrested on this case?
I do.
And when approximately was that?
October 29th. I was picking up my daughter from school.
Thank you once. Okay. So, is there a reason why you felt murder was the more appropriate end of your relationship with Matt than divorce?
Because my mom posed it as the best idea.
Do you remember saying here in court today that the reason you did is because you didn't want to lose your children?
It was one of the reasons why, yes.
Why would you think you'd lose your children?
Because he would take them away from me.
Why would he take them away from you? Is he a better parent than you?
No, but he would. I feel like he would say what he needed to say to get me to look like an unfit mother.
Are you an unfit mother?
I don't feel I am.
Okay. Are there any examples in your possible divorce world where you could have shown that you are not an unfit mother? That you cared for your children?
Yes.
That you fed your children?
Yes.
That you provided for your children?
Yes.
That Matt was somewhat aggressive with the children?
It's a possibility.
Well, is that or not that you could have provided that information?
I have no police records of me calling the cops on him, but I have multiple voice recordings and videos, but they were recorded without his permission. So it's not something that I would be able to use in court.
Who told you that?
California?
Who told you that?
I don't know.
Did anyone tell you that?
I don't know.
You're just making it up?
I don't think I'm making it up. I think it's something that I've heard like on Google.
On Google? Is Google your lawyer?
No.
Okay. So in your opportunity to talk about divorce, you also have family members who have seen the aggressive behavior of Matt toward the children. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And who are those family members that have seen that?
I believe the only one who's actually hasn't seen it is Rory.
Yeah. So you have a bunch of witnesses you could have come and testify why you should be the custodial mom, right?
Sure.
And Matt should not be the custodial mom, or I'm sorry, the custodial father, right?
Yes.
Very similar to the example your mom has set, where your mom has been the custodial parent of the Ellis kids, right?
Yes.
And your mom was the custodial parent of the Trejo kids, right?
Correct.
And your mom was the custodial parent of the Franz child, right?
Yes.
You have an example on how that happens, right?
Yes.
Why did you continually take recordings of yourself and Matt during arguments?
Because like I said prior, I have a terrible memory, and especially in traumatic experiences, I forget what's said. So I originally recorded them so I could replay them, so I could remember the terrible names that he called me, the crappy things that he accused me of.
Like what?
Calling me a bitch, telling me that I was a
I'm
cheater,
sorry.
telling me.
Yeah, my question, like what was, you said of the things he accused me of. What did he accuse you of?
Calling me a cheater, telling me that all my life choices are the reason why we are in poverty, telling me that the reason why our truck is breaking down is because I drive it.
Do you agree with him?
No, I don't.
Do you agree that your life choices of poverty are because of you?
No.
What is your thoughts on why you and Matt were having a life of poverty?
He was dealing with a tax issue and he owed a substantial amount of money.
And
The
that's,
IRS.
and that's the reason for your poverty.
One of the reasons.
Is there any other reasons?
He didn't have a job. I didn't have a job.
He didn't work, did he?
No, he did not.
Did that help the family?
No, it did not.
How long did he not work?
I'm not 100% sure.
A lot?
More often than not.
Is there ever a time when his work was substantial or the money was not as difficult a situation in your relationship with Matt?
Yeah, there was points where he had a substantial amount of money.
And what was the income vein during that time?
He was a hay broker.
A hay broker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And any other crops?
He did dirt work. He ran a skip loader and a bobcat, and he did dirt work for many different people.
Landscaping, excavating style work?
Yes.
And when did that stop?
In 2020.
And so from 2020 to 2024, he was not working much.
Correct.
Were you working much?
No, I was at home with my children.
So you were the caretaker of the children.
I was.
I need to organize myself just for a minute here, please. In relation to your family here, I'm looking at your siblings and your mom. Is there a person that you communicated with the most out of this group?
Carolyn.
And how often would you talk to Carolyn?
Every other day, if not daily.
So you had a lot of communication with Carolyn.
Yes.
Do you realize in the trial today, you testified that you spoke to your mom daily? Do you remember saying that?
I don't believe I said that I talked to her daily, but it was at least every other day. When she moved to Utah, when she's in 2020, being in Utah, she worked a lot of hours, and there was more often than not, she was tired, and there was only certain points where we knew that we could catch her.
Who came up with the idea to move to Utah?
Bruce and my mother.
Yeah. Did Carolyn have any involvement with that?
I don't know.
With you, I mean.
Well, with me going to Utah?
Yeah. Did she have something to say about that?
Yeah, Carolyn agreed with it.
And was there ever a plan to get a storage unit and things of that nature? I mean, we've seen some text messages.
Yes, I had a storage unit.
And whose plan was it to get a storage unit?
I believe my mom and my sister came up with that.
Isn't it true that we have a text that says Tara Lynn came up with that idea to start?
I'm not sure of the text message, but
And that your
it
mom sent
sounds
you,
possible.
and that your mom sent you a credit card to assist in that?
Not in the storage unit, but in the rental car.
And the storage unit was provided only a day or 2 days max before you left the state of California, right?
No, I had it for about 2 weeks before I left California.
Okay. And so were you filling it up gradually then?
Yes.
Through those 2 weeks?
Yes, I was acting as if I was donating things, taking things out in big black trash bags, acting as if I was selling things.
Council, can I see up here for a second, please?
So as this case began this week, your statement is that you wanted to have an opportunity to provide justice for your children, is why you're here today, right?
Yes,
Justice for Matt
yes,
and for the truth.
yes, and justice for his family, his friends, his community, my family, justice for everybody.
And that's why you're here to testify today.
Yes.
When did you start thinking about giving justice and truth a try?
I don't recall when I went to my attorney to ask for the plea deal.
Had you had an opportunity to review your case before you had talked to your attorney about that?
I don't believe I was given anything before the plea deal.
So
I can't recall.
So from October 29th, November, December, January, do you know what happened in January?
Yes, my brother's trial.
Your brother had a preliminary hearing. Wasn't
Yes.
a trial, it was a preliminary hearing.
Excuse me.
And at the preliminary hearing of 2025, the state put on evidence against your brother, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you were aware of that hearing, weren't you?
Yes, I was not a part of that hearing.
No, but you were aware of it. Is that correct?
Yes, I knew it was happening.
They put on exhibits very similar to the exhibits we have here. Were you aware of that?
I did not see any of the exhibits.
Were you ever told that by your lawyer?
I don't recall.
Did you ever know about, I don't know, the text messages?
I did not ever see the text messages until here in trial. I was given a transcript of Kevin's actual, I believe his preliminary, and I don't believe any of the text messages were read out loud.
So I'll try again. Did you know about the text messages?
That I sent?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I sent them, I knew about them.
And did you know that you were being arrested back in October 29, based of 24, based upon these text messages?
I knew I was being arrested for the murder of my husband.
And did you know that the evidence they had was at least some of the text messages that you had sent?
I can assume, yes.
And some of the phone calls that you recorded?
Oh, absolutely.
And you knew the evidence against you?
Yes.
And you knew the evidence against you in November of 24, December of 24. You knew that the evidence against you certainly of January 24, because your brother spent 2 days at least in a trial setting similar like this, where witnesses were called and exhibits were shown to the court. And he was found to have at least probable cause to commit the offenses. You knew that hearing took place, right?
Yes.
And then you went through February, March, April, May, and then sometime May and June is when you decided, I'm going to come forward and tell the truth.
Yes, because nobody else is going to.
Because no one else is going to. You realize today that you have satisfied your responsibility with the state of Utah, right?
If that's what they see fit, yes.
You realize today you're testifying and you're satisfying your responsibility to the state of Utah, the prosecution. You realize that today, correct?
Now that you say it out loud, yes.
You're only responsible now to the state of Utah is to complete your time. You realize that, right?
I do now that you're saying out loud.
Makes sense though, doesn't it?
Yes,
You testified in your brother's trial a couple
did.
months ago, correct?
I did.
You're testifying today, correct?
Yes,
And you're testifying, telling them that you're going to tell the truth.
yes,
That was their request, right?
yes.
And so as you're here today, good memory or bad memory, you're trying your best to tell the truth.
I am.
I'm a little confused as the case has gone on about some of the charges. You pled to murder, right?
Murder in the second degree.
In the second degree. Are you aware whether or not there is a murder in the second degree on the statutes of Utah
I don't know. I just know it's a second degree felony.
on your case?
Yes.
Yes. Are you aware that in the statutes of Utah, there are no murders in the second degree? And only a plea deal that you got brought it to a second degree?
You saying it out loud? Yes,
You pled to conspiracy.
I did.
Was that an option? Well, in other words, were you able to just plead to murder?
No,
Did you have to plead to conspiracy?
I was originally charged with 5 different charges. And when they returned with my plea deal, those are the charges that they gave me the option of pleading
Murder.
guilty to or not guilty.
Murder, right? Conspiracy,
Yes,
right? And then criminal discharge of a firearm.
yes, sir.
Now, that wasn't an original charge, was it?
No, it was not.
But in the end, they gave you criminal discharge of a firearm as a first-degree felony.
Yes,
First is worst in the state of Utah. Were you aware of that?
yes,
First is worst. So your criminal discharge of a firearm was your worst first-degree felony. It's your only first-degree felony, right?
yes,
And then you got murder reduced to a second-degree felony and conspiracy a second-degree felony.
yes.
Did you ever ask to not plead to some of these charges?
I asked for a reduction. I spoke with my attorney and I wanted the first degree felony moved down to a second degree felony. And I was told that is not an option.
Did you want the criminal discharge of a firearm reduced to a second-degree felony?
I did.
And that was not an option.
That's what I was told.
Are you aware that there's an officer going to testify in this trial to talk about the conspiracy between you, your brother, and your mother?
Yes, I believe his name is Detective Nordine.
Yes. Are you aware that Detective Nordine was of the opinion that the Apple AirTag placed in the truck had an original theory of murder during your Disney trip in February earlier that year?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he testified to that. Do you agree with him?
No, I do not. The Apple tag was not placed in the truck in the Disney trip. It was placed the day I left for Utah.
So there are certain things the officer might have testified to that you were able to clear up. Is that right?
I would hope so.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
And indeed, the idea of the Apple AirTag was presented to you from who?
My older sister, Carolyn.
Yeah. And she told you I'd put an AirTag in the truck, right?
Correct.
And your testimony earlier today was that you wanted an AirTag in the truck because you wanted, hold on one moment. Is that you were fearful of Matt
Yes.
and you wanted to see where he was going.
Yes.
Why'd you want to see where he was going?
Because I was genuinely fearful of him on whether or not he would come and hurt me and the kids.
Hurt you and the kids?
Yes. Yes.
What about if he was going to the bar? Is that one reason why you wanted to have an AirTag in his truck?
It was an added bonus. Yes. It
Okay.
also caught him in a lie.
I'm sorry?
It also caught him in a lie. So I'm thankful I had the AirTag.
What kind of lie?
He lied to me and told me that the truck was towed when in fact I knew that it was not.
And was this after you'd already come to Utah?
This is the day that I came to Utah.
Now, when you say fearful of Matt, you've described that Matt has not been physically violent with you. Is that right?
He has punched me once, but that was years before we got married.
Great. When'd you get married?
2016, November 2016.
Isn't it true you previously testified that he punched you early in your relationship?
Yes.
And your relationship began in 2008?
Yes,
So is it fair to say in '08 is when you say that Matt punched you?
it was probably 2011.
So 3 years into the marriage, halfway
I
into
was into the relationship.
the relationship. Okay.
We had a very off and on relationship. It was very toxic.
And is that the only time that Matt ever physically assaulted you?
Yes.
He'd never physically assaulted you any other time, right?
No, not that I can recall.
And especially since the date of marriage to today, right?
Correct.
But you can't say the same for yourself, can you?
I'm sorry.
Did you ever physically assault him?
We had issues. Yes. I got arrested for domestic violence.
You got arrested for domestic violence.
I did.
And why do you think Matt would now all of a sudden be violent against you? I don't know, 18 years later. Well, like 2011, you said, was when the assault allegedly occurred when he punched you?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 21, that's 10, 5, 15 years later. Why do you think all of a sudden Matt would become violent?
Because he was very verbally abusive. He would scream in my face.
Did you ever scream in his face?
Not as bad as he would scream in mine, but yes.
Yeah, indeed, you have videos of you and he screaming at each other, right?
Yes.
And do you remember the video about the wet tortillas?
Sure. Yeah.
And you videoed a video between you and him arguing with each other. You remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you did it subversively at first, didn't you? He didn't know you were videoing him in the beginning of that video, did he?
No, and that's why I can't use a lot of it as ammo against him.
Why?
Why? Because it wasn't recorded without it was recorded without his knowledge.
So what does that matter?
I don't know.
Me neither. I mean, I'm a lawyer and I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
So you had a video of you and him arguing in front of each other, right?
Mhm.
About a wet
Yes.
tortilla on his dinner.
Yes.
Being basically abusive to each other, weren't you?
Sure.
According to your definition of abuse, yelling and being verbally abusive. That's what you have defined as abusive, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember who else was in the room during that video?
My children.
Yeah. So you videotaped your children and you and your husband being physically abusive to him. How long did that video last? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
More than a minute?
I don't remember.
More than 5 minutes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember sending it to your sister?
I did.
Why do you send it to your sister? Why do you send a video?
You can
of-
see. So
Let me
she-
ask my question first. I'm
Sure.
sorry. I'll retract and restate. Why did you send a video to your sister showing you and your husband verbally abusing each other while your children are crying over wet tortillas? Why would you send that out to people?
I don't believe they were crying over wet tortillas. I believe my husband was the only one crying over wet tortillas.
Were your children crying?
I don't recall the video. I haven't seen it in over a year and a half.
Well, maybe we'll play it. Do you remember him finding out you were videoing him?
In the video that you're speaking of?
Yes.
Yes, he told me, I believe he told me to
Quit
shut it
videoing.
off and delete it.
Yeah, he wanted you to delete these abusive moments in your relationship.
Absolutely.
Did you marry Matt because you loved him?
I thought I did. Yeah.
Do you now, thinking back, think you didn't?
I think it was a very toxic relationship, and I think that we should have walked away years prior.
Did you begin your relationship of living together because you loved him?
I guess.
It's not
I
a trick
wasn't
question.
pregnant. I wasn't pregnant. That's not the reason why we shacked up.
And did you continue being with each other because you loved each other to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you get married because you loved each other to the best of your knowledge?
We got married because I said I would not have children with him unless we were married.
Did you have children because you loved each other?
Sure.
Is that hard to say?
I don't know how much I actually loved him.
You know those phone calls we heard earlier today between you and Matt on his drive up here?
Yes.
Did you have moments where you're thinking you loved him?
I had moments where I was thinking that I was going to regret taking somebody else's life.
That's the only thing you thought of.
He was a good person in some points. We had good and bad in our relationship.
Do you remember my
I
question?
wish. No,
My
repeat it.
question was, when you called him on his drive up here, did you have moments when you called him because you loved him?
I don't recall.
Did you call him on the drive up?
Yes, I did.
Were you forced to do that?
No, I was not forced.
Did you do it of your own volition?
Yes.
But there are a lot of things that happened between your relationship that caused real deep hurt, right?
Yes.
Including an affair, right?
Yes.
And you said to us in the court here today that you were never truthful about it.
Correct.
What does that mean?
He never knew it actually happened.
He never knew, or he never suspected, or you never told him?
He never knew. There's no way that he would know. No one ever told him. But he suspected that I had an affair on him.
He had questioned you?
Yes,
about
he did.
it,
Yes, he did.
and you lied?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall a conversation that you had with Tracey regarding Kevin and his willingness to kill Matt?
I don't know if it was willingness to kill him, but I know that she had posed a situation to him.
Were you there?
No, I was not,
Then how do you know?
because she texted me about it.
She said Matt, or Kevin's willing to kill Matt.
She said Kevin's feeling suicidal. And I told him, she being I, that she told him that if he was going to do it, go off Matt first, and then then he can finish himself off.
Let's talk about Kevin for a moment. Do you know how long Kevin had been living with Tracey up to the time you came to Utah?
I believe 3 years.
3 years.
I believe 3 years. I could be mistaken.
And what was the impetus of Kevin moving in with his mom?
He got a restraining order and broken up with, had a restraining order put on him, and he had moved from Chicago
to
Utah.
So he's in Chicago and he went to Utah because he had broken up with a girlfriend.
Yes, I believe it was his fiance.
And when he came to Utah, was he depressed?
I wasn't there when he got there. I was not around, nor did I text him, but I can assume.
Were you told he was depressed?
My mother might have told me that he was depressed.
Might have. Does that mean you don't recall?
Correct.
So you don't recall your mom saying that Kevin was depressed?
When he first got out there, I don't remember whether or not she said he was depressed. I do remember her saying that she had to talk him off the ledge a couple years later.
A couple years later. Was this before the Disney trip?
I believe it was after the Disney trip.
So many years later, after the Disney trip, he was depressed. Not many years.
It was a couple.
Many years
2
after he came to Utah, he was depressed.
So if he was only in Utah for 3 years, and then a year later, 2 years later.
Isn't it true that actually Kevin suffered through depression well before the Disney trip, and the Disney trip, he was just fine and had a great time?
I didn't spend much time with him on the actual Disney trip. We saw each other in passing. I believe he would be fine, but who's not going to be fine when they're at Disneyland?
So is that a yes or a no?
Yes, he was fine at Disneyland.
Thanks. And isn't it true that his depression was many months before Disney? And isn't it, well, is that true?
I believe that he had depression mostly throughout his life.
And were you aware that he was in some therapy or counseling about depression?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that his mom actually got him some assistance to deal with the depression he was dealing with?
No, I was not aware of that.
Is this the first time you're hearing of it?
Yes.
So the Disney trip took place in what time, do you recall?
February of 2024.
And what caused the hardship between you and Matt in relation to the Disney trip?
His drinking was the start of it, and he was rough with the children. He got mad that they had spilt goldfish crackers on the bed. My sister had brushed it off the bed.
Now, was this at Disney?
Yes, this is in the Disneyland Hotel.
So I'm going to pause because that wasn't my question. I think that's my error. I didn't properly state it. Are you familiar with the time in which you said, at this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney?
Correct.
That's the event I'm referring to.
Okay.
So I apologize about that. That's exhibit number 28, page 3. Looks like it occurred on January 13th, 2024.
Okay.
What precipitated Matt not going to Disney in January of 2024?
I believe it was just one of our arguments. It probably had something to do with the truck. It probably had something to do with me, quote unquote, having an affair.
Was he right?
No, because the affair was a one-night stand.
Was it close in time to January or December? Or
No.
No, okay. So he had suspicion, and so you're just continually bickering and battling with one another, I guess. Is that?
Yes.
Now, Disney didn't just come together in a weekend, did it?
No, it did not.
Indeed, this was a big Disney trip, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
This is a Disney trip that had you there, right?
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Cheyenne and Steele.
Yes.
Did Lucas go?
No, he did not.
Okay, Cheyenne and Steele. And then Tara Lynn, right?
Yes.
Her husband, Dan,
David.
their children,
Yes.
and then Kevin
Yes.
and Rachel,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
everybody, right?
Yes. Even a few you're missing.
Yeah. How many total, do you remember?
18.
I know you love Disney because I've read testimony before. You do love Disney, right?
I do.
Happiest place on earth, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And so this experience was quite grand for the family, wasn't
Yes, it was.
it? And how many days were you guys in California doing that?
I lived in California,
I know.
but my family had come in for, I believe, 4, maybe 5 days, but we attended the parks for 3 days.
That's awesome. And in Utah, we say going to California, but when you're there, you just do a day trip, right?
Yeah.
Here it's different. So how long did you think this planning for the Disney trip took?
At least a year, I believe.
So it was a plan for, you went in, was it February of 2024? Does that sound right?
Yes.
You went in February 24, and you're going back to like February of 2023 to begin the plan of Disney, right?
I believe so. My mother is the one who did most of the planning.
Yeah, but that's pretty close, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, you guys didn't just stay at the hotel across the street, did you?
No, but it's a pretty good place to stay.
It is, yeah. You stayed in the Grand California, is that right? Where'd you stay when you
No,
were at
we
Disney?
stayed in the Disneyland Hotel.
In the Disneyland Hotel,
Yeah.
on site, right?
Yes.
And then you
in
also
the Disney bubble.
in the and you also did an Airbnb time, is that right?
They did, yes.
Yeah. And so this was an event planned for a significant amount of time, right?
Yes.
And for you to send a text on January 13th to say, I don't know if Matt will be going, that was a big deal, wasn't it?
It could have been, yes. He would have just been upset that he was not included.
Yeah. Would you say that this was the beginning of the real deterioration of your marriage around that time? Or was it before that?
I would say it started in June of 2023.
And once again, I'll strike that. And so was your understanding at the beginning of this Disneyland adventure that all of these family members would be going,
Yes, plus some.
plus some? And so Kevin would be going?
Yes.
And it was, now I'll go to the question that you and I mistook. There was an experience at Disneyland where one of your siblings told you about Matt's bad behavior. Is that right?
Correct.
What happened?
My children were, it was Cheyenne, Steele, and Terrelyn's two children, and they were hanging out in our room, Matt's and my children's room. And my kids spilt goldfish on the bed, and he was upset. And my sister said, "Oh, man, it's no big deal," paraphrasing. And she brushed off the crackers onto the floor. And he proceeded to get very upset. And instead of confronting my sister about it, he took my children into the bathroom. And my sister said she heard spanking and my children crying.
Who in your family became aware of this?
As far as I know, it was Terrelyn. I believe her husband. I don't know who else became aware of it. I believe Rachel. I don't know how.
Your mom?
I believe so.
Kevin?
I'm not sure.
Tim?
I'm not sure.
Did Rory know?
I'm not sure.
Where were you when this happened?
In the park?
In the park, and they were in the hotel?
Yes.
And did Terrelyn express fear for herself?
I don't think she had fear for herself. No.
What did she express a fear for anybody in particular?
My children.
And what'd she say?
She just didn't like how Matt was treating them.
She thought he was being abusive?
Yes.
Did she use that word?
I don't recall.
Have any of your siblings or spouses been fearful of Matt?
I'm gonna
Yes.
object. This calls for speculation.
It's speculation. I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard that answer.
Any of your siblings or spouses expressed to you their fear of Matt?
I'm gonna object. It calls for hearsay.
I think that's hearsay too.
I didn't ask for what they said. I just asked if they expressed. It's a yes or no, Your Honor.
But you have the answer though. It's exactly the exact same thing. I'm just listening.
You described an incident where Matt shot a bobcat.
Yes.
Did Matt share that experience with other members of your family, like your siblings or their spouses?
I believe so.
And what do you recall from that?
I was not in those conversations, so I don't know.
You never heard it?
Not him telling this story.
Did they ever tell you about hearing about that story?
Not directly, no.
How about indirectly?
Through the grapevine, sure.
Through what grapevine?
My sister telling me that her husband was.
Again, Your Honor, I'm gonna object to hearsay at this point.
Getting on hearsay here, I think it's fair to say to the point that we just got the hearsay is correct.
So was Terrelyn aware that your brother or that Matt had shot the bobcat?
I believe so.
Did she tell you she was aware?
I believe so.
Has Terrelyn ever told you that she's fearful of Matt?
Yes.
Has any other siblings or spouses told you that?
Again.
That's hearsay.
Sustained. I'm
Just
gonna
trying.
instruct the jury to
Just trying, Judge. Trying my best. They'll testify later. We can ask them.
That'd be fair. So long as it's not hearsay.
Shortly after Disney, which Matt went to, right?
Yes, he did.
Shortly after Disney, you had an opportunity to visit with Matt's mom, Diane, right?
Yes.
And this was in regards, well, I don't know what it was in regards to, but there was a conversation about Las Vegas. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you tell the court what is the Las Vegas deal in your family with Matt?
It was an annual summer trip that Diane and her late husband always planned. And we would go to TD Village where they enjoyed their timeshare. And Matt and myself, it originally started Matt and myself and his son before I had children. We joined them yearly. We enjoyed Las Vegas. We enjoyed the lazy river. So it was something that we enjoyed doing with them. And when her husband passed, she continued the annual trip.
And what happened in 2024? I'm sorry, what was that last part? I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a question instead of forcing anything on you. I apologize. Did you have a conversation about the Las Vegas trip after your Disney trip with Diane?
Yes, I did.
And what happened? What'd she say?
She suggested that we not go on that trip.
And why was that?
Due to our financial burdens.
And what was your thoughts on that?
I was not pleased about it, but Matt was more upset with me than he was his mom. And he told me I owed him a Vegas trip.
Matt said you owed him a Vegas trip?
Yes.
Why would he say you owed him a Vegas trip when his mom was the one to provide the Vegas trip?
Because in some way he felt that it was my responsibility on why we had to cancel.
And why is that?
You'd have to ask Diane on why she canceled.
What did you say to Diane that caused her to cancel it?
I don't know if I said anything directly to Diane. I don't recall. I may have said something.
Were you surprised that she canceled it?
A little, yes.
Yeah. Has Diane helped you and Matt throughout your marriage?
She has.
Has she helped you financially?
Yes, she bought us a home.
Bought you a home?
She did. Her and her late husband.
And what about the land that the home's on in Temecula? 7 acres, right?
Yes.
Did she buy that?
It was originally in Matt's name, but when he got the IRS issue, he transferred it to her name so it would be safe.
Did Matt buy it or did his mom buy it originally?
I don't know. I wasn't that part of the financials.
So you weren't aware? You've never been
You would
told?
have to ask Diane. I know it was in his name at some point. I know that there were loans back and forth between Matt and his parents, but I do not know the ins and the outs.
Has Matt's parents consistently helped you throughout your marriage financially, providing financial assistance?
Yes.
And how about your mom? Did she do the same?
Yes, not as much as Diane and Tom did.
So your mom would send out money when bills were tight and things like that?
Yep.
And Diane?
$100 here, $100 there when I asked.
Going back to the Disneyland experience, do you recall a conversation that your mom had with Matt regarding the anger about not going to Disneyland?
Yes.
And what did you tell your mom to cause your mom to call Matt and to chide him?
I don't recall what I had said to her. I know I asked her not to call him, and she took it upon herself and did anyway.
And
I
did
knew
you-
that it wouldn't have gone over well.
And did it go over well?
No, it did not.
During that time, did you say to your mom, I can't recover it?
Yes, I did.
What are you referring to?
We're covering the argument that we were having, more than likely about my infidelity.
Oh. And how did your mom respond to that text? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
Didn't she say you can?
Yes.
Just
that's
say
she
what
said.
you need to. Isn't that what she said?
I believe so.
You said, no, Mom, it's bad. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then she said, what can I do to help if I can?
Okay. Yes, that's what she said.
Do you think your mom was trying to help you in your marriage with Matt?
That could be debated.
Okay, let's debate it. Do you think she didn't?
On some levels, I knew that she had a strong hatred for Matt. So what happened in our marriage, she really didn't care.
Do you think she tried to help you in your marriage with Matt?
At some points,
Think she tried to help during times of friction between her and Matt? Or would she not help your marriage during that time?
maybe she felt like she was helping, but she really wasn't.
How about when she came down in May to California, May of 2024, before you went to Utah? She came to your house and stayed at your house, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And how was that visit?
It was turbulent.
It's turbulent. Why?
They had a little tiff about something and they bickered back and forth for a moment and it was awkward.
Did your mom spend the night?
I believe so.
Yeah. And did she and you then go to her friend Amy's?
We did.
And who watched the kids during that time?
Matthew.
When your mom called Matt, didn't she say to you, quote, I just told your husband, don't mess with my child?
Yes.
So how was he messing with you?
By arguing with me.
And so would you frequently tell your sister and your mom about all the arguments you and Matt had?
I would send them the voice clips so they could hear it firsthand.
Yeah. And like we explained, we talked about the previous clips, it shows back and forth, isn't it?
Yes. Some points it is back and forth. Sometimes I allowed him to get under my skin.
Do you recall when she said, I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him?
Yes, I recall that.
What was that in relation to?
Driving 9 hours from Utah to California.
No. What was the event that she sent that text in relation to?
The same, I believe the same messages that you're talking about now.
It was when she called him and told him, don't mess with my child.
Right.
Right. Do you remember when that was?
No.
I told you January 13th, 2020.
No, I would not have any reason to disagree.
And do you think your mom was serious that she's going to drive 9 hours and strangle him?
I don't know necessarily strangle him, but
Kill him.
Cause him harm.
Yeah, she was going to, wasn't she?
I feel like she wanted to.
And she did, didn't she?
Ultimately.
She did? She went to California and strangled him?
No.
What happened about a month after that text?
I don't know.
You guys were in Disneyland having fun, weren't you?
I don't believe there was much interaction between my mother and Matt. There was 18 of us. There was no way that we were all going to be in one big group. We split off into smaller groups.
Sure. But 1 month later, approximately, Matt, you, Cheyenne, Steele, all the family met up at Disneyland, according to the plan, right?
Yes.
And your mom's threat of strangling you knew to be a joke. Indeed, you testified of that today, didn't you?
Yes.
But somehow when I question you that, you don't want to acknowledge that it was a joke. Is that because I'm wearing this suit? Is it because you don't like me? Or is it hard to tell the truth? If you think it's a joke, why don't you just say, it was a joke?
Because on some level, I really honestly don't think it was a joke.
Okay, then tell me on what level?
That she wanted to cause Matt harm. And he's not.
Your mom ended up saying sorry for calling him, didn't she?
In an actual text?
Yeah. Do you want to go to it?
Yes, please.
All right, page 11 of exhibit 28.
I don't believe that's what the I'm sorry was in reference to.
Was it in reference to you dry heaving?
I believe so.
It was in around that time that she said, just come here for a break then. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
Right after she said, what can I do to help if I can? Right?
Just a moment, hang on. Restate your question, please.
And earlier in that conversation, she says, what can I do to help if I can?
Right, yes.
And then within 24 hours of that little spat between Matt and Tracey on page 12, she says, Matt says you have food poisoning, and that's why you've been acting so crazy past 2 days. Right?
Yes, that's what he claimed.
Well, that's what she said he claimed, right?
Right,
So they had a conversation, right?
yes. And I did not have food poisoning.
I'm sorry?
I did not have food poisoning.
What did you have?
Nothing.
You're just faking it?
No, I was not faking it. It was a lie that he told my mother.
It was a lie he told your mom?
Yes.
What
Because
was
I
it?
remember when he said that, I was in shock.
And
Because he didn't want to admit that we were arguing about my infidelity.
I see. That seems to be a common occurrence, doesn't it?
He loved to throw it in my face.
And you regretted that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. You regretted that not only did you cheat on him, but that you sort of had to hold it and not tell him.
I had to eat crow every day he wanted me to.
Yeah. Even when you came to Utah and met men here in Utah, right?
I'm sorry?
Even when you came to Utah on June 20th and met men here in Utah,
He knew
right?
nothing of those men.
I'm not asking if he knew. I'm saying that you felt bad about it, so much so that when you came to Utah, you started doing it again, didn't you?
I was just trying to be happy.
By meeting other men. Is that accurate or not?
Sure.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
It's okay to be honest today.
I get it.
You've done all you need to do with the state. You can be honest today. It's done. You just need to serve time. Okay? You understand?
Yes.
They can't hold it against you anymore. You've done your job. Okay? Good. After Matt died, you also met with some men after that too, didn't you?
There's only two.
Do you remember the evening that the police came and Matt's body was on the ground?
Yes.
Did you sleep at your house that night or your mother's house that night?
No, they got us a hotel.
Who got you a hotel?
The police.
Did you sleep in the hotel?
I did.
How late were you at the police department that night?
2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
So
I
did
don't recall. It was a blur. That honestly was a blur.
I'm sure it was. It was very traumatic. A person had died. I get that. Was it traumatic for you?
It was very traumatic.
Yes, I believe that. But isn't it true that the American Fork Police Department tried to help the family because it happened in your home, that they provided a hotel
Yes.
for a couple days?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during the time that you were provided a hotel, you wanted to bring a man to that hotel?
I thought about it.
Yeah, and isn't it true you told your mom that?
Yes, I did.
And isn't it true that it was only a 3-day stay that the American Fork Police Department provided?
Yes, but I never brought anybody to the hotel,
But you talked about it.
right?
And this is all during the time that you're smoking marijuana, right?
Yes,
That you're really not having any communication with Kevin, right?
correct.
No communication really at all with Kevin, right?
Very little.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that you're providing this statement to the court now or to law enforcement 3 times, that you've improved your ability on how to state your case, state your story of what happened?
Yes, that seems fair.
Do you recall during the trial, actually, just for illustration on this, do you recall the date of June 12th, 2025? That's a tough one, isn't it?
June 12th is 2025?
Yeah.
I don't know the significance.
I'll provide you a picture.
Oh. Yes, I remember that.
Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
June 12th, 2025, you met with law enforcement and prosecution regarding your time to be truthful, right?
Yes.
And you had, and that picture just shows you being there. And who's in that picture, do you know?
I'm in that picture. My attorney, Mike Brown, is in that picture.
Mr. Brown, who's here?
Mr. Watabe, Mr. Brown, and I don't know her name, but they're paralegal.
And a police officer.
He's not pictured, but yes.
He's not pictured. Yeah.
Well, you can see his
Can you
fingers.
see his hand? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I can't identify his fingers, just his fingers, but
I'm only providing this picture to demonstrate that you met with prosecution and law enforcement to talk about providing the truth.
I did.
And during that time that you talked to them, you talked about times that the conspiracy between yourself, Kevin, and Tracey was going on, right?
yes,
And during that time, you provided honest information to them, right?
to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, to the best of your knowledge. You've been in jail now, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, 8 months, right?
Yes,
And you've had the opportunity for 8 months to think about this case, right?
yes.
And do you do much more in jail than think about this case?
I tried honestly not to think about it because it's traumatic and I didn't know what I was gonna do with all of it.
So you tried not to think about it.
Yes,
And so are you trying more nowadays to think about it now that you're in prison?
now that I'm more sober, yes.
You had 8 months of sobriety of marijuana at that point in time, right?
Right.
And so during this interview that you had with them, you told them of the story involving the conspiracy. Is that right?
Yes,
And they asked you a question. They asked you about getting a rental car.
yes,
And they asked if you had told anyone about it, right?
I believe so.
And who knew about it?
A handful of people.
I mean, who?
Tara Lynn knew about it. Rachel knew about it. I believe my friend Stephanie Slocum knew about it. My mother knew about it. Through the grapevine, I believe my father knew about it.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah.
There may have been other people in passing, but nobody that I had told.
Right. And the whole play on this rental car was for you to go down to Enterprise in American Fork, right? And to, was it Enterprise? I think Enterprise.
Are you talking about California now or Utah?
No, I'm talking about American Fork when you went down to attempt a rental.
Okay.
You know what I'm referring to?
Yes, I thought you were talking about the first one you asked me. I thought you were talking about the rental car in California.
Then let's go back. Let me correct.
Sure.
I'm aware, and I think we are all aware, that at the time you rented your vehicle in California and came to Utah, that Tara Lynn was there, right?
Yes.
And you explained that your father was there.
Yes.
So he knew you got a rental too, right?
Yes.
And then obviously you're going to Utah, so Tracy knew
Yes.
and Rachel knew, right?
Yes.
Let's go back and let's talk about the day you were going to, well, let's go forward and talk about the day you were going to rent a car to go back to California.
Okay.
Okay. And who knew about that?
Kevin knew about that. My mom knew about that.
In this interview, did you say Kevin knew about it?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that they asked who knew about it and you did not say Kevin?
I don't recall. But yes, Kevin knew about it because I had asked him to watch my children as I went down to get the rental car.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. Do you recall the trial with Kevin?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall listening to the audio of that conversation with Kevin?
Yes, we listened to it today as well.
Yes, we did. Can we pull that up? I'll find it. That was that big,
State's 11.
that was that big tag of ones you did in a row.
State's 11.
11?
State's 11.
We can pull up exhibit 11. Let's listen to that. There it is.
Sorry. I need you to watch my kids for 5 minutes because I need to open a rental car place to make my story plausible that I need to go over there and they need to turn me away and say, no, we cannot rent you this car because your driver's license is out of state. Thank you. I'm leaving in like 2 minutes.
Do you remember hearing that during the trial of Kevin?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes. And until it was played in Kevin's trial, I did not recall that I had actually knocked on his door and told him to watch my children.
Until 2 months ago, you did not recall having that conversation with Kevin, right?
Correct.
Do you remember what your testimony was today?
That I remembered it?
Yeah.
Because it was
so
played.
easy, so easy and quick, right?
Yes.
When in truth, your memory 60 days ago, you didn't even remember that conversation. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And 60 days ago, you even called it an accidental recording. You didn't even know you're recording. Isn't that true?
I would still call it an accidental recording.
Yeah, I would too. I believe that. I guess the point I'm getting at is that your truthfulness in presenting it to the jury today is very rehearsed and very prepared because you had an opportunity on this day to advise them of that audio, which they knew about and they even asked you about. And you did not say that Kevin knew you were going to the rental company. And then June to January, so 7 months later, you were asked again, except this time dressed like you are, and in custody like you are as a witness, and you didn't remember, but then today when asked that question, it came just like, yeah, Kevin knew, of course he knew. Don't you find it odd that you're willing to just allow the narrative of law enforcement to tell you what you remember?
I don't think it's the narrative of law enforcement. I think it's the recorded audio.
It is a recorded audio, but your memory of this recorded audio is what we're looking for. Your memory of the events that took place need to be accurate. They need to be from you. If you don't remember, you just need to say, I don't remember. You have an audio of it, I get it, but I don't remember. But when you told the jury on direct examination, you didn't offer that information. If it weren't for me here right now pointing it out to you, they would never know that. They would just think, yeah, well, she remembered her and Kevin, and she was walking down the hallway and she said, hey, I'm going to the rental company, I'll be right back. But that's not your memory. You had opportunities to tell them that as you were being truthful of who all knew and what all was going on, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's your goal, is to just provide the truth and justice, right?
Yes.
Very hampered by your marijuana use, isn't it?
I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question.
Truthfully. If your memory's hampered by your marijuana use, then just say yes. If it's not, say no.
I'm sure it has.
How many other kinds of things did you say are feeling pressured to comply with the state's narrative of the conspiracy?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
How many other things do you have to say to the jury today, and to the jury before, and to law enforcement, because you have felt pressured to talk about an alleged conspiracy to commit murder?
I don't think that's a fair question.
Okay. When did you decide to murder Matt?
2 weeks before he came out, a week after being at my mom's house.
And was that by way of agreement or something you just came in your mind that that's what we're going to do?
It was posed to me by my mother.
I'm sorry?
It was posed to me by my mother.
2 weeks before Matt came out?
Yes.
Do you know in prior testimony you said it was 3 days before Matt came out? Want me to find it?
If you'd like.
If I told you that you said it was 3 days before Matt came out, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, but I don't think it matters when we actually started to conspire. Just the fact that we did conspire.
Did your mom ask you to make phone call recordings of phone calls between you and Matt?
No, she was very upset when she found out I recorded so many phone calls.
Did your mom know that you were making I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry. That you're making recordings of phone calls on July 11th?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Was your mom aware that you were making recordings of phone calls July 11th, 2024 with Matt?
I don't believe she was aware of them until after he died.
Including the 12th, right?
Yes.
So your mom was not aware that you were being quite lovey-dovey with Matt on those phone calls, was she?
That was the plan, to be lovey-dovey.
Do you remember the question?
No, repeat
The
it.
question was, your mom was not aware that you were being quite lovey-dovey on those telephone conversations with Matt.
I believe she was. She told me to be sweet.
She told you to be sweet?
Keep him calm.
To keep him calm?
coming out here.
So she's the one who's telling you to keep him coming out here.
It was an agreed upon.
Where were you when that agreement took place?
I don't recall.
What were you wearing that day?
Probably something pink.
Are you being facetious?
No, most of my wardrobe is pink.
Okay, I'll accept that. I thought you were being facetious, but that's nice. These are hard times, Kate. I get it. Do you remember what was the scenario of this alleged agreement? I mean, were you in a room? Were you in a car? Were you in a yard? Were you in
When
a?
we were originally talking about killing Matt,
Yeah.
it was probably out on the lawn where we spent most of our time talking. I made her leave her phone inside and I left my phone inside.
Did you ever tell your attorney that you had an agreement 2 weeks before Matt came out to kill Matt?
I don't recall.
Do you recall your attorney providing a document to the prosecutor about your proffered testimony?
Yes, I do. And I remember agreeing upon that proffered testimony.
Do you know what proffered means?
Not off the top of my head.
I had to learn too, so that's okay. If I told you that proffered means a person will speak for you of what your testimony would be, that would be proffered testimony. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
And to your understanding, is that your understanding what proffered testimony was in this
Yes.
case? So your attorney wrote up a proffer of what you had testified to.
Based on what I had told him, yes.
Your lawyer did a great job, didn't he?
I think my lawyer did a kick-ass job.
He sure did. He got you a second-degree felony, maximum 15 years, right?
I'm
1 to
not
15.
sure. I'm not sure how much I'll actually do.
Well, on murder, it's 1 to 15 on the second degree.
The Board of Pardons decides a lot.
So it could be less than 15.
I don't know.
We'll talk about that more. In your proffer, did you have an opportunity to review this with your attorney before he sent it out to the prosecutor?
I did.
Oh, can we bring up digitally? I have it on paper, but if you have it digital, we'll do that for our jury. If that's okay. This is me taking advantage of the technology of the state. Thank you very much. Okay, can you present it to me? Judge, I shall declare Defense Exhibit 1.
Any objection, Mr. Rutavi?
No objection.
It's going to be Mr. Brown. Okay. Thank you.
Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
All right. What's the date on this?
June 6th, 2025.
And this was in and around the time that you decided to be truthful, right?
Yes.
This is in and around the time that you spoke with your lawyer about the facts, as you recall, to the best of your ability, right?
Yes.
And then he drafted this 2-page and a little bit, right?
Yes.
And in this fact scenario right here, do you ever talk about having that meeting with your mom 2 weeks before Matt got there?
I don't recall.
I will give you an opportunity.
I'd have to read it.
Yep, I will give you an opportunity to read. So we'll pause.
You can move the page down. You could move the page down again. A little bit farther up. Thank you. Scroll one more time.
Do you remember the question?
Nope.
Good. That's all right. I didn't expect you to because you just read a lot of paragraphs and that's okay. The question is, do you recall telling your attorney that you had an agreement 2 weeks before Matt got there that you would murder Matt?
No, I don't recall telling him that. Is that in there? Was that in?
No, I don't see it.
Okay.
I don't see it. Paragraph 9, you see paragraph 9? Can we go to paragraph 9? Tracey would talk to Kathryn about taking violent action against Matt to remove him from the situation. Kathryn indulged Tracey, but did not think Tracey would follow through. That doesn't sound like a conspiracy. Does it to you?
No.
You have to come to an agreement, don't you?
Yes.
Tracey would make mention of her intentions in passing. I would ask to publish it this time around.
Let's publish exhibit, defense exhibit 1. Pardon? Defense, yeah, I asked.
There you go, paragraph 9. Halfway through that paragraph, Tracey would make mention of her intentions in passing, not in any concerted effort where Kathryn, Tracey, and Kevin would meet to discuss a plan. Right? Intentions of meeting to discuss. That doesn't say an agreement, does it?
Like, no, it doesn't say meeting.
However, in retrospect, Tracey proved to be true to her word to remove Matt. Right?
Correct.
And so you don't have a description of when you came up with the agreement. You just say it was a couple weeks before. We already know that there's some frustration between Matt and Tracey. It's been like that for a long time, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Based on the evidence you're feeding to your family about your relationship, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Isn't it fair to say that you're feeding your family that you're fearful of Matt if he comes to Utah, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
You're fearful for your life that Matt would threaten and physically harm you while you're here in Utah, wouldn't you say you fed that to your family?
Yes.
Even though Matt had never physically touched you in any abusive way since your marriage in 2018. Isn't that right?
16.
16.
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize. Did you ever tell your family that he never physically assaulted you during your marriage? Or did in turn you do the opposite and lead them to believe that in fact you were victimized by his physical assaultive behavior?
I never told them that he was physically abusive to me, but he was very scary.
But he was scary. So scary, in fact, that you were afraid he was going to come up and kill you?
Yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen. The night I got to my mother's house, I was scared shitless.
Because you went to work, rented a car, took his kids 1,000 miles away, and sent them a text. Didn't you?
I did.
You didn't even draft the text.
No, I had Carolyn help me because I was driving.
You sent them a text saying adios, right?
More words or less.
Yeah, we'll get into that too. Well, don't you think that would frustrate any spouse, male or female?
I can assume so.
I do have to talk about this magnetic screen door thing. Let me go to that exhibit. It's the one before the incident. It gives the best picture.
19.
Is it 19? Yep. I mean, I've seen these, but I never bought one. But you know what I'm talking about, right? The screen door.
Yes, I do.
I thought about buying one, but I don't know.
They're pretty nifty.
Are they? They're still around. I see them. Oh, yeah, if we could publish, thanks. And so this is a view of your mom's home before Matt arrived, right?
I don't believe it was before Matt arrived. I don't know when this picture was actually taken.
Well, we got the toys of the kids, right?
Yes.
We got this cool tunnel that the kids can go climb through, right?
Yep.
And we have this line that goes right down the opening of the front door, right?
Yes, but the screen door was put back on after the incident. So when this picture was actually taken, I don't know.
Yeah, and I understand. And does that center line divide with Velcro?
No, it divides with magnets.
Right. And then the exterior is Velcro. Right?
Yes.
So the framing is Velcro, right?
Yes.
The interior is. And so to take it off, how long does that take?
5 seconds.
5 seconds. But you do mention that, right? You do mention that in paragraph 11 of Defendant's Exhibit 1 in your proffer. Tracey removed the magnetic screen door, which attached to the front door. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Your attorney. This is where Matt would likely enter the home.
Yes.
Did you think he was going to enter some other way?
No.
Just the way that's written certainly makes it seem like a conspiracy, doesn't it? He would likely enter through the front door. Or possibly through the garage. I digress. The intent was to make it so Matt could enter the home more easily.
Yes, because when you want the screen open, it opens like a curtain and it just kind of have to duck to get in.
How much effort does it take?
Not much, but we were trying to make it more welcoming.
And you told him that your door was always unlocked.
Yes, I did.
And you gave him the code.
Yes, I did.
At any time that day, did you think, I'm just going to tell him I want a divorce?
I had tried that on multiple occasions. Not while I was in Utah, but I had tried it on multiple occasions and he told me he would not give me a divorce.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, I did. That he would not give me a divorce. Yes, I believed him.
And did you think you were stuck in that marriage no matter what you did?
Yes, I did.
You couldn't divorce him, could you?
Financially, I was unable to divorce him.
Financially, you were broke with him.
Yes, I was.
You're broke being divorced too, right?
I've never been divorced, so I don't know.
Did finances have anything to do with it?
Filing papers, yes, it takes money, and I did not have any extra money stashed away that I could just go drop a couple $100s on filing papers without him questioning.
So it's better just to murder him. Not in
At
retrospect.
the time, that's what I thought. Yep.
The judge has informed me today that he has some responsibilities. So I want to close today, but we'll pick up tomorrow.
I'll be here.
I know. Thank you, Kate.
Right, is that
No, I will close today, with this line of questions.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge. That pause is just too
We
long.
were getting
I
excited.
know. I apologize. My bad. Just getting my notes in order here. I'm sorry. So on January 20th, you were here in this courthouse and you testified at Kevin's trial. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the date, but yes, I did testify.
And similar to today, you testified at one point and then took a break for the next day and then came back. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
And that's going to happen today too. And I'm sorry, but I still have a few questions I need to ask you tomorrow.
I'm gonna come for you for my last wages.
See what the judge can do. Do you remember what the last thing you said when getting questioned on your first day?
No, I do not.
On page 135 of the transcripts, it says, and it ends on page 136. It says, when did you see your mother again after that? Do you remember what time? Referring to July 12th, 2024. When did you see your mother again after that time? Do you remember what time? Do you know what you said, what time?
After what time? I'm not really sure of the
Asked
question.
about when she came back from sushi.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember what time?
No, I
You
don't.
said maybe around 3.
Sounds about right.
And then you know what the next question asked was?
No, I do not.
Okay. What about Kevin? And isn't it true that you said, I believe I saw him walking into the house around 3 o'clock. Did you have any interaction with him between 3 and 9:30 or 3 and 10 p.m.? I don't believe so, was your answer. Do you remember that?
Sounds plausible.
And then miraculously, the very next day after you got a chance to sleep on it and thought about your testimony, you then told a new story about Kevin, didn't you? The last question asked on the first day was, what was your interaction with Kevin when he got back from sushi to 10 o'clock at night when Matt got there? And you said, he walked by. And then the next morning you said, you know, I remember something. I had a huge conversation with my mom and Kevin and me in the front lawn, and we talked all about the murder plan. Do you remember that?
Exactly what I said?
That's not exactly what you said?
I said, is that exactly what I said?
Would you like to see it?
On the next day?
The next day?
You're saying the next day I stated something else.
The next day you stated that you forgot, that you now remember that you had a meeting on the front lawn with Tracey and you and Kevin and planned what you're going to do that night to kill Matt.
I don't know if it was a huge conversation, but yeah, it was. We're going to follow through with this.
Was it more than, I believe I saw him walking into the house around 3. And when did you see him after that? I don't believe so. Was it more than you didn't have a conversation with him?
I don't recall.
Yes. The next day you talked about what you testified to of today, that you and your mom and your brother talked on the front lawn after their sushi. Isn't that true?
I don't believe it was the front lawn. I believe it was the back lawn. But I do believe that after he walked in the house, he may have come out and had a little sit down with us.
Of course, you had an opportunity to leave this courthouse, go to bed, sleep on it, think about how you did, and come up with a whole new story that you never told prosecution about. In this interview on June, you never told prosecution about that meeting on the grass, did you?
I don't believe so.
You never said it on the first day of your testimony of the trial with Kevin, did you?
I don't believe so.
You never said it in your proffer that you provided your awesome attorney to get you the deal of the century for a murder, did you?
I don't think so.
But you had a chance to sleep on it. And when you came the next day, came up with a new story, didn't you?
I don't think came up with a new story, but remembered more details.
That's all I have for today, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the attorney said I am on call. I think I mentioned most of you through most of this file. So we're taking a little bit short recess today, or early recess, so I can take those duties. You may have saw me monkey with my watch at the start of this session. It seemed like half of the county was calling and texting me, and I was trying to get it off. It's your watch, and I don't get along very well. It won't show up in the courtroom too well. Let me give you the schedule for the rest of the week. We'll do an entire day tomorrow, 8:30 to 4:30-ish. Thursday, we will start at 1:30 p.m. So you have your morning off, and then Friday, plan on an entire day as well, 8:30 to 4:30-ish as well. You keep my admonition in mind and my directions about forming an opinion about the case, doing any research about the case, talking about the case, using social media in any way, shape, or form. Just stay away from this case until you're sent out to deliberate. Obviously, you're probably going to get asked by people, how did today go? You can say we had a full day of trial and just leave it at that, nothing more, nothing less. Appreciate you being so attentive today and being on time. Many juries aren't on time, so that's quite highly that all of you are showing up so early and being ready to go. It's unusual, and I appreciate that. With that in mind, leave your notes in the jury room, leave your lanyards there. Tomorrow, if you can hit the security gate about 8:15 a.m. before you, so you can get up and be ready to go, hopefully straight at 8:30. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Ready?
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Before we recess, Mr. Brown, Mr. Tommy, anything you need to put on the record to state?
No, Your Honor, just one issue, could Mr. Facemeyer approach?
Of course. The defense wants to put on the record for today.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Brown, anything on behalf of you and your client? All right, I'll see you all in the morning then. The doors will be open at 8:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
Commission is now in session. All those having business for the court draw near. The Honorable Judge Day, subject to the simple. You may.
Court does call the case of the people of the state versus Sharon Van Fieldmore. Counsel, state your opinions.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Katie Rosmersky for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ellen Michaels on behalf of Sharon Moore, who is present in court. Please state your name for the court.
Sharon Moore. Thank you. And date and time set for sentencing. And the parties, are they ready to proceed?
We are.
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
All right. Whoever would like to go first? Do people have anything that they would like to say before I do impose sentence? Not that you have to, but.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I don't have much to say, except to underscore that we arrived here because these charges are ultimately what was supported by both the facts and the law. We appreciate the court's efforts in communicating with both sides. Your Honor, we trust this court's decision-making as it comes to imposing the sentence. And so I don't have anything to say in terms of what we want you to impose or what we expect for you to impose. I trust that. I do, however, feel that I would be remiss in my duty if I did not underscore for the court and for the record that there was a young woman that was deeply impacted by the defendant's choices on December 10th of last year. I just want to make sure that we state that for the record, and I am confident that Your Honor will take that into consideration to the extent that it is important and appropriate and necessary in imposing your sentence. And I appreciate that opportunity. Thank you.
Counsel?
Much.
Just so that we're clear on the record, you received a copy of the pre-sentence investigation and report.
I have. I will address that when I get to the podium.
All right, perfect.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. First and foremost, with regards to the pre-sentence investigation report that was submitted to me by your probation department, there are no additions, corrections, or deletions. There are a few things that I would like this court to know about Sharon Moore. Sharon Moore is the only child of immigrant parents who came to this country for a better life. He grew up in a home marked by uncertainty. His father, an Air Force serviceman, was deployed overseas for long stretches, leaving his mother to carry all the responsibilities at home. That shaped him. It taught him resilience, responsibility, and the importance of family. Sharon didn't always fit in. He was bullied as a kid and often kept to himself. Sports changed that. It gave him confidence, direction, and ultimately a purpose. That purpose became coaching, not for attention or status, but to help young men grow on the field and off. He teaches that success comes from facing challenges head on and handling adversity the right way. I have come to know Sharon over the last few months. I have seen how he responds when things are at their hardest. He has handled adversity with grace and with dignity. Since this incident, Sharon has engaged in counseling, gained insight into his life, and developed tools to guide him forward. He has recentered himself around his family, and he has taken responsibility, expressing genuine remorse to those closest to him, the people most affected by his actions. Your Honor, this is a man who is not defined by this moment, but by how he has responded to it. For these reasons, I ask this court to grant a deferral and place Sharon Moore on probation. It is an appropriate sentence given the nature of the offense and Sharon Moore's lack of any prior criminal history. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Because it was a no contest plea, I just want to make sure for purposes of the record, Mr. Moore does not wish to address the court. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Yes.
I apologize. He has a short statement to make to the court. Rich, you'll bring now.
Your Honor, first of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for his grace and guidance during this difficult time. I want to thank my beautiful wife, Kelly, for her support, her strength, and standing by me. I want to thank this court and its staff for their time and consideration. I'm grateful to my attorney, Ellen Michaels, for her guidance. I've taken this process very seriously and work closely with the probation department to prepare for today's sentencing. I'm ready to proceed.